Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Lynn Nesbitt and I'm chairing today's panel. Joining me on the panel via Zoom are Ms. Gail Anderson and Ms. Diane Knight. Our assessment department personnel today is Ms. Svetlana Shabel, and our administrative personnel is Ms. Fran Picoto. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment role in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 7 on our docket today. Ms. Picoto, please affirm the assessors and applicants' testimony.
Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Shabel and Mr. Neufeld. We have 7 items on our docket today. Before we begin, are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed?
Not that I'm aware of.
No? Okay, thank you. All right, then let's begin with item number 1, file number 244105 952 Main Street. Ms. Shabel.
Roll number 14001020100. Owner is Access Credit Union Limited. The assessed years 2025. This reference date is April 1st, 2023. We assessed subject property 2,118,000. The subject property is bank, a 3-story building built in 1975, has land area of 11,192 square feet, gross floor area 20,907 square feet, and leasable area 18,658 square feet. On page number 2, street photo of subject property. On page 3, more air photo of subject property. The subject property located north west side of the city. as in regular shape of the land. Facing, it's located in corner Flora Avenue and Main Street. On page number 6, we have two office assess subject property like office buildings. This bank of 5,312 square feet at $15.88. Let's look at my comparables on page number 5 for banks. And bank on 2567 Main Street rent for $35.25. Bank on 1366 Henderson Highway rent for $35 per square foot. Another bank on Henderson, 1437 Henderson, rent for $39 per square foot. Two bank on Region Avenue West, one rent for $33, another rent for $32.29. Also, I presented office rent comparables. Two comparables on Jefferson, 930 and 950, rent for $18 per square foot or $17 per square foot. Comparables on Main Street, rent for $20. Another comparables for $20 as well. On 1467 Main Street, rent for $22.45. And last comparable 77 E Redwood Avenue, rent for $16.50. By the end of my brief, I will have photo of my comparables. Let's quick look.
What page, Ms. Shaker?
It's page number 12. So we can see a bank on 2567 Main Street. On page 13, another bank on 3066 Henderson Highway, one floor building. On page 14, we have 1437 Henderson Highway, and we have bank, one of standalone bank there. On page 15, 1615 and Regent Avenue West, it's shopping mall. We have bank, one of standalone bank here. On page 17, 1536 Regent Avenue West, it's standalone bank. Facing Region. In my office comparables, first comparables on page 18, 930 Jefferson Avenue. It's a 3-floor building. We have lease for $18 per square foot. Another lease on 950 Jefferson Avenue, 1-floor building, lease for $17 per square foot. On page 20, 2536 Main Street, a 2-floor building, we have lease of $20 per square foot. Another lease in same building at $20 per square foot. First was area 783 square feet. Another lease around 1,500 square feet. On page 22nd, 1467 Main Street, 1-floor building, facing Main, rent for $22.45. In my last comparables on page 23, 77 E Redwood Avenue, we have 2-floor building with lease inside this building for $16.50. So we're going back to page 5. So my bank green comparable shows that median on average $34.90 and median $35 Office rent comparables mean or average $18.99 of median $19 per square foot. We assess whole property on page number 6. Average $12.30 per square foot. It's fair. Income valuation, we apply 15% vacancy loss, like for all office buildings. Expenses, 3%, not recoverable expenses, shortfall, or $8 per square foot for vacant space. In our capitalization rate, 7.85%. On page number 8, we have a summary table for capitalization rate. Subject property suburban office, and you can see that between 20 and 80 percentile, it's 60% of all property of City of Winnipeg has range capitalization rate 5.25 to 6.75. We apply 7.85% for the subject property. It gives us estimation value of $2,118,000. So I ask to confirm the 2025 assessed value of $2,180,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm just getting sorted out here. Yes, now you've got the primary occupant being the credit union. Are you aware that they have ceased operations?
I don't know this, but we assess subject property like office building.
So you don't, you have not seen the news that they're shutting down this branch?
No.
Okay, and just clarify, of course, that the assessment should be based on market values from 2023, but condition as of today. So if today it's being shut down as a bank, should it not be valued as an office rather than a bank? For the
If you open page 6 of my brief, subject property assessed at office as office building.
Okay.
Overall, $12.30 per square foot.
Okay, so that's
average
what,
of office building $19 per square foot. It's fair.
but on your page 6, you have the bank credit union as a tenant class at $15.88, and the rest of the building is between $10 and $12. Now, it's not a bank anymore. Shouldn't that be between $10 and $11?
If you look on page number 5, office rent comparables at $19 per square foot. It's fair.
Well, I'm not asking about your comparables. I'm asking you about how the model created this. If instead of calling it a bank, it was called a C2 standard finish office, would not the value come in between $10 and $12?
According to physical years, 2025 bank is still here. This question not relevant.
Okay, so, but you did say earlier you were not aware that it has been closed down, so it is not here. Okay.
If it's closed down, still $15 per square foot is fair, because my comparables in same area show $19 per square foot.
Could you point me to one of your comparables that supports any of the rents you've applied in the building?
You have 6 comparables on page number 5, and 3 of them and office building on Main Street, facing Main Street.
The comparables you've brought forward, the lowest one is at $16.50 a square foot, and they go as high as $39 a square foot. There is not a single one there that supports your valuation, is there? My
comparables on office building between $16.50 and $22.45.
I'm looking at an average of $12.13, with a low of $10.54 and a high of $15.88. There's not a single rent applied on this building that is within the range of your comparables, is there?
Yes, our assessment much lower than market evidence.
Aren't you supposed to provide market evidence that supports your assessment, not something that that doesn't support it, that's somewhere else?
I presented market evidence, similar space for rent. It's at least should be $16.50 per square foot.
You don't
And it says $12 per square foot. It's fair.
you don't think that perhaps your selection of comparables was well outside the neighborhood that the subject is located in? That
Let's
might have been a factor.
look at neighborhood on page number 1339, Lord Selkirk Park. And my comparables all on page number 5, 320. It's Leyland, Max Phillips Trail, Rivel Bend, Luxton, and St. John's Park. Everyone in same neighborhood, 300. So it's fair between $16.50 and $22 per square foot, and we assess less than $12 per square foot. It's fair.
So you're saying Transcona is the
It's
same
a
neighbor?
low range of assessment.
Transcona, McPhillips, and Leela, they're the same as North Main? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, subject property on Main Street, and I have 3 comparables, 2, 3, and 4 on Main Street. And rent $20 to $22.45.
Madam Chairman, just so you know, I'm not going to go over these in every single one, but I'm going to spend a bit more time right now and save us some time later. I'm looking at the first two on page 5, 2567 Main and 1366 Henderson. Why did you use leases that started in 2005 and 2006? And sorry, number 3 started in 2001.
Yes, my 3 comparables leases started between 2001 2006, but they closest neighborhood to the subject property. My best comparables 4 and 5 leases started 2019 and 2020 between $32.25 and $33. And we assess bank space less than $16 per square foot. It's fair.
Now, the terms on those first 3 range from 20 to 30 years. Did that not make you cause you to review the terms of those leases?
It's usually this type of leases has a step up every 5 years.
Have you read the leases?
I don't have leases.
Okay. And did you make any, did you try to determine if these leases included tenant improvements amortized in the long-term lease?
My major effort looking on comparables 4 and 5, around $33 per square foot for similar neighborhood location. It's on Region Avenue, it's on Main Street, very good exposure to the traffic. It showed $33 per square foot. And we assess whole building around $12 per square foot.
One sec. Now, some of these are located in shopping centers, are they not?
This type of building usually owner occupied, and we have to find comparables where they are. And usually most of the bank in shopping area, but they stand alone bank and lease very well provided to us.
Is the subject in a shopping center?
Subject property facing Main.
Is the subject in a shopping center?
No.
Okay.
That's why I provide comparables 1, 2, and 3 on Main Street and Henderson. They stand alone bank, but very old leases, just to see market.
Your comparables for office numbers 1, 2, and 4 are all medical uses, are they not?
I selected office space.
Well, number one and two, I was looking them up. One appears to be a vasectomy clinic and the other is a dental office. Do they perform any of that work in the subject?
They have office space for rent. Let's open page 18.
Was there not a difference in the infrastructure required for a medical use building?
Subject property has 4-floor building. My comparables on page 18 of Jefferson Avenue 3-floor building. It's similar. It's very relevant to
Did you
comparables.
did you
And
consider
they
that,
rent at $18 per square foot.
did you consider that when building these buildings, the National Building Code has a higher standard for medical use than it does for office, therefore costing more, therefore creating a higher rent? Did you not consider that?
It is building mixed use. Like subject property, office and bank, it's mixed use.
When you looked at these rents on the banks, did you consider the recent closures of credit unions in Winnipeg?
That's why my assessment going more for office space, because bank over $30 per square foot and office rent $19 per square foot. And
Well, then
if
are
on
we to
our
just
assessment, it's office building.
just
so-
for this particular property, are we then to disregard the bank rents?
Bank assessed at $16 per square foot, and if you look office space, it's $19 per square foot. It's fair
Well,
and very well supported.
sorry, you're answering it in terms of an argument. You're calling it fair. I'm just asking if it's within the range. I'm not asking for an opinion about whether it's fair or not. Aren't these completely different?
No, it's really represent market rent for subject property, at least close to $19 per square foot.
On page 10, the statement that the owner provided, did you add up the total expenses?
It's a gross leases.
Did you add up the expenses? I have a number for you to put to you, $277,230 they claim for expenses. Do you disagree with that?
I didn't count.
And that is
Okay.
$14.59 a square foot. Do you disagree with that?
I didn't count.
Now, if the building costs $14.59 in expenses, how can you justify a shortfall rate at $8?
According to our model, we apply $8 per square foot for vacant space or 15% of space.
Right, so it was the model. You did say a few minutes ago that these are gross rents. So
The subject property has gross rent. If you
Yes.
open page
okay, right, and that's
page 11, you can see that owner of Carpathia Credit Union is owner of the building, and rest of tenants, it's office space, everything gross lease.
did you calculate?
Owner pay for all taxes, hydro, sewer, heating.
Did you calculate the gross rents received on the site?
Our assessment doesn't rely on those lists. It's a lot of assumptions.
That wasn't my question. Did you yourself?
No, I
Okay.
don't, not me. I
Do
didn't.
you disagree that the highest rent, which would be indicated by unit 201 and 203, are $12 a square foot gross?
Market evidence shows that market rent around $19 per square foot.
It's just a math question. Did you see that they are?
I didn't look into because it's
Okay.
gross lease, it's not relevant.
So if they are earning $12 a square foot gross and the expenses are $14.59, is it fair to say the actual use of this building is running a deficit of $2.59 a square foot on their income?
The subject property assess a low range of assessment at $12 per square foot with market evidence around $19 per square foot.
Did you calculate what the actual non-recoverable costs are in this building?
No,
So if we have 18,658 square feet, where we're losing $2.59 a square foot, then based on what they sent you, would you disagree that the actual shortfall is $48,324?
it's owner occupied. Most of the space.
I'm just reading the statements on the tenants who are in there. Your allocation in the model is $5,834, and the statement they sent you indicated over $48,000 is non-recoverable.
Our model looking for office space around $18 per square foot. In model assessed $12 per square foot, it's fair.
I didn't ask again if it was fair, but the model differs from actual performance, does it not?
No answer.
Okay. I'm puzzled on the vacancy rate. This is called OFS in your calculation, and I'm looking at the overview of the 25 income producing properties. Was this changed from the model?
For this subject property, we apply 15% vacancy.
Yes, but OFS
It will be account for vacant space for office in future.
OFS suburbs indicates a rate of 6% in your model. Why is this 15%?
Because subject property assessed at $15 per 15 vacancy was 15%.
Right, but
Like
I'm at,
increase, we can increase right away.
did somebody make a change on the model for this valuation?
It's not relevant.
Do you know,
At the moment of assessment, it's over 2 million.
do you know if there was an override on the model for this site?
It is 15% very well account for information you provided to us at bank will leave soon.
Okay, so
Sale
I'm just,
building, if it's built owner occupied building, it will be for sale.
I'm just gonna make the assumption that you do not know the answer to that question. Why I'm asking it, because there is a 15% rate for office M downtown.
For subject property, 15%.
Yeah, well, but what's puzzling me is that on the model, the vacancy is much lower at 6%, yet then in that case, the shortfall has been applied at $8. So there has been a change from the model then. Is that fair? You don't know how it happened, but there is a change.
And subject property apply 15% vacancy loss.
Okay. Well, now in regard to the capitalization rate, this being OFS then, would on your page 8, then which row would that come out of? Office suburban B?
Suburban office between 5.25 and 6.75. It's
Right.
16% of the property office buildings.
So that's
assess at the 7.85. It's less, it's another 40% of outside this range.
so if you have established your percentiles, why then would this be higher than your range?
Model analyze location, age of building, performance of building. It's outside 16th percentile, but still inside. If you look for CBRE between 6 and 8%, so it's inside range, still like market range.
On the issue of the three companies you're quoting for capitalization rates, did you read their definitions on what constitutes a suburban A and suburban B?
It's suburban office and outside market, Collier, CBRE, Bushman and Wakefield showed only 8 in B, so we consistent to show our number.
Did you
But
read any
our
of
model
those?
crunch all sales across the city. It's also generate 7.85% for the subject property.
Did you read any of the definitions that those companies use for office?
No market evidence for rent of capitalization or for bank specific. We have to rely what exists for us. So
Did you
16% between 2.5 and 6.75. Subject property outside this range, it's going inside another 40% of the buildings. So
did you read review the Johnson report classifications?
it's not relevant.
Ms. Shable, could you just answer the question? Did
No.
you read it? Thank you.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Greenfield. Ms. Anderson, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. Thank you. In regards to your potential rent on page 6 of the premises, the second premise is identified as a B1, bank credit union, and the rent applied is $15.88. But the comparables for bank rates are much higher. So can you explain to me why you utilized $15.88?
That's why I provide office space rent, because subject property assess like office space. Yes, it's bank comparable, but it's office space. And office space showed around $19 per square foot. So
Okay.
it's already low assessment rate.
So was that manually done? Like, was that an adjustment to the model that you applied office? Because it says B1 bank. So was that
Yes.
a manual
It's
adjustment?
also model looking at building built in 1975.
So the model would pull the
Mhm.
year. I'm trying to reiterate
Yes.
what I understand you to be saying. The model would have the year the building was built, 1975, and despite the other entries saying it's a bank or a credit union, the model adjusts it to be an office?
It's adjusted, you can see premise, it's bank, but it's inside multi-use building, office building. All my rent comparables on page number 5, built between 1989 2007. It's standalone banks. Standalone banks usually around $33 per square foot. Subject property, 4-floor building with bank components. And 4-floor building, to example, on Jefferson, a 4-floor building, rent space for $18 per square foot. But building built in 1990. So it's much younger, subject property much older than my comparables.
Well, the effective
So
year is not.
all this age, location, space, floor levels, crunching by model. And our assessment in less than $16 per square foot, with office space $18 per square foot. It's fair, it's low already.
My question is though, does the model change that it says bank? Does it adjust it to office space if the building is older than 1980? Is that what happens?
Model still looking for bank at $16 per square foot in our model, but it's inside office building.
Okay, so it would always be low,
Correct.
like as low as $16 per square foot, if it's in an office building and
Yes,
it's 1980.
or subject property specific.
Okay,
That's why I try to show different set of comparables.
okay. Thank you for that. In regards to the vacancy loss of 15%, is that model generated or was there a manual?
Yes, it's model generated $15, 15% vacancy for subject property.
That's a very high vacancy rate, so I'm trying to understand why that would be. Can you?
So, because subject property location, you can see leases, gross leases very low. And according to agent, bank will be moved out soon. So I guess it's account, everything gets taken into account, all possibilities. It's already shows that we assess on low range for the subject property. We apply very low rent rate, $12 per square foot. We applied highest vacancy loss, 15%. In our capitalization rate, 7.85%. It's close outside already 60% of our typical building. So it's fair to me.
So if the model, so what you're saying is they're all like, it's low rent applied, it's a high vacancy rate applied, you're saying it's a high cap rate applied, and the model applied all those because of the type of building it is, the age of the building it is, and the area it's in, there was no manual adjustments based on anything?
And we can do any manual adjustment we want. It's part of model. When we put inside our records, we do adjustment for subject property. Subject property constantly under appeal. So we did maximum to match market rent, market value of subject property. It's already on lowest range. It's my point.
Okay, so that's all my questions then. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Knight, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yeah, just about one of your comparables, 1437 Henderson Highway. Is that not a Domo station?
Okay, it's number 3. Check.
In your picture, it's showing you've got the highlight on the Domo station. That's why I'm asking you, is that comparable about the Domo station or is it comparable about the bank that's in that property but not listed on your listing?
So it's a shopping mall. You can see a purple line of shopping mall. It's
a big mall,
Henderson
yes.
Highway and along Donwood Drive.
Okay,
So
but the address 1437 Henderson Highway comes up as a Domo station. So is this all information you're giving me about the Domo station, or is it about the bank that's at 1433 Henderson Highway?
It's bank because this address has this roll number has 1437 Henderson Highway, but they have secondary address as well because it's several standalone buildings of the shopping mall.
Mm-hmm.
One of them bank.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shavel, I'm looking at your page 6. And again, your potential rent. This is a 3-story building. The I can't really tell which ones are on the first, second, third floor. Can you tell me that?
We can see on page number 2 that bank located on main floor.
Okay, and the other premises,
It's can be second, third.
so is the bank in operation right now,
For our information, yes.
based on your information? Okay, and
And you can see that plan area on page number 1 has 6,969 square feet.
Okay.
It's planned, so main floor
so,
full occupied by bank.
okay, so you have the main floor operating. An operating bank, your records show at this point, an
Mhm.
operating bank on the main floor. Okay, so I got that. So the other areas then are attributed to the second and third floor, right?
Correct.
So the rents are all fairly similar. Would rents typically be lower for the second or third floor than the main floor, or what
Yes,
happens there?
because main floor it's bank, it's much higher.
Okay,
And second and third floor, it's the range between $10.47 and $12.51, depend of area, but depend of size.
okay,
So it's random, that's why I showed average for this building, $12.50.
okay, so your rents there are lower than for the bank, and as you pointed
Mhm.
out, that's much lower than a standard office or your comparables show, okay? Okay. And you commented on the cap rate, okay, I have no additional questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Firstly, I just wanted to go over something I sent this morning about 8:30, and
Is
it's
that your rebuttal evidence, Mr. Neufeld?
yes, that's correct.
Okay,
it's-
we can deal with your rebuttal evidence after your main evidence, please.
Okay. Well, a reason I wanted to get into it now because not only does it deal with the rebuttal, but it also is a correction for my own. Just so I don't want to be too.
So you can comment verbally, I guess, on the correction for your main evidence, but we can't look at it.
Okay. All right. No, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, in regard to the subject property, this is now under the Access Credit Union logo. This was based on an amalgamation of several credit unions. And I've been working for Access, well, back when they were still Crosstown Credit Union, I guess probably for over 20 years. And when the amalgamations happened, I was actually hired to be involved with the real estate side of it. So we do have a fair bit of information. We know what's happening. I can't disclose anything more to you than the public has already been told. But my information is firsthand, not just reading the news. This site was on our page 3. I'm sorry. There was a news release, and that's towards the bottom of the page, the second one, and the official date of closure is December 11th, 2024. But what they're going through now is a process of doing the closing, and it's to keep the branches open for walk-in service for as long as possible. But it is being closed. They do identify, obviously, that they have several additional sites that will continue to service. And with the consolidation mergers of the credit unions, there were a fair amount that were redundant. And it isn't just redundant because of the merger, it's just the business's model is changed. They're going through a downsizing, a total downsizing of the services. So it is a change. And as a result, this particular market is not good right now. And the closures and downsizings date back to it began, I think, about 2017, 2018. That's when we began working on it. So this is within our reference period. Our real estate world knew that these were happening in April 1st, 2023. And that is our insider knowledge, but the market knew about it, the people who would actually buy it and lease it, because they had indicated, we have some sites coming up available where we own them, we want to lease them or sell them, and where we have leases in place, we're running to the end of the lease, and I can't disclose which ones those are because it hasn't happened yet, but it's not a good market, this sub-market. That was our point. Now, this particular site was not originally with Access. I think this was a Cambrian site. Sorry, I can't even read this. We never saw this income and expense form, and we never saw it until we got the assessor's evidence. We were not aware of what the rents were in the building, and we just applied what we thought was a market rent. If we had seen them, that would have indicated to us a much lower value, because on the assessor's pages 10 and 11, the data we didn't see. I mean, these are basically zero rents. They appear to be mostly charitable foundations of some sort, and that's their choice. But it also means that if you sold this building on market, you're also burdened with these occupancies so that you can't just eliminate and provide for a vacant possession. And of course, with the location that this has, that I mean nothing by this, but the location for real estate is not good. There's in the last 5 to 10 years, the mantra in commercial real estate is you want to sell a retail or an office building. If it's in Southwest Winnipeg, you'll do well. The rest of Winnipeg, you won't do well, because that's where the activity is happening. And so it's a geographic issue to do with the demographics. It's not an indication of the quality of neighborhoods or the people. It's just where the money's going. So what we ended up doing, and I didn't prepare this, but we thought about this at the beginning of the year, is to look at on our rents on page 4, and these are similar neighborhoods with similar types of uses we would expect to find at 950 Main, and you can see that we had looked at mostly institutional or charitable organizations, because that is the use that dominates this type of neighborhood, social assistance. Again, it's just a fact. It's not a slur in any way, but that's the usage that we see here. And you can see that the rents we found, I think that the highest rent we found was at, there's one of the sites in 1750 Main is at $13. And at the low end is $2.74. And we have some pictures of the properties that we selected for considering for comparable use. And because we did know about the closure, we're supposed to do market value, not value as a bank. The market value is, as the act reads, as we practice, is that what is the rent you're going to get if you put it on the market, not the rent that's supported by the business conducted therein. And that's what the market will generate. So we ended up at $11 overall. That's a kind of a blended rate. So you might hit, $12 on the main level and $8 on the high levels, but blended to 11. Vacancy 15%, and that's based on our major source for that is the Johnson report, and you can see on pages 12 to 17. This is the entire Johnson report on office analysis. Every building is listed, and this building isn't on there, which also means that it's a subclass building. like the Johnson report, we're talking about building classification on page 13. Moving along, I have to find the right page here. So downtown miscellaneous. There we go. Starting page 15 is a suburban. There are only 3 A's and 9 B's and 10 C's. And then moving to the miscellaneous, the totals are listed at the end of the columns. 454 miscellaneous. The subject is not in there. It probably should be in there, but I think because it was predominantly owner occupied usage, Wayne Johnson never bothered including it in his survey. Given the location, 15. Again, we're not disputing it. It seemed to be fair. The shortfall, we applied a rate of $8, and despite seeing that, of course, it's a negative shortfall, right? I mean, sorry, a negative on recoveries on expenses. I think that some of those expenses appear that would not probably refer to the operation of the real estate. I think some of them refer to the operation of the business, specifically the cost of insurance and the cost of security. I'm reading the assessor's page 10. But again, we didn't have this report. We would have gone higher. I think the shortfall would probably be around $10 once we adjusted it. But I'm not going to make changes to this. We put it at 8. And just another thing we don't have to disagree with the assessor on. However, the non-recoverables are a key issue. Now, I'm going to keep saying this and saying this forever. The city can't make up the rules for the market. They made up a rule for non-recoverables that nobody else supports. No one else would do anything that bad. And the way they do it is in their model. They are selective. They do not select items that real estate would select. The fallacy of their system is that it ignores the return to the investor. And the key is always the same. You can't create an artificial valuation. You must consider how much the investor gets on a return, or else don't use the income approach. Don't create a false system. And that's what the 3% non-recoverables does. Obviously, if you're looking at the numbers on this property, the non-recoverables are huge. And we also split that up between non-recoverables and a structural reserve. And this was a point where until 5 years ago, we were all in agreement on it. But, the rest of the world didn't change. The city changed. They changed their methods. And they do not have an authority to do so. They cannot make the market. And that bothers me ethically. It's false. Now, I can get off my soapbox now and just get back to the issues here. As far as the cap rate is concerned, Colliers publishes a report, and there was an error in the Q1 and Q2 cap rate of 23. And I only discovered it when this is only my second hearing this year, and I discovered it on my first hearing. And since then, I ended up researching this a bit more and found out what the problem was. But the Q1 2023 was and 2 were put in error. As far as I can tell, what they did was they missed filling in the report and took a previous year's and copied and pasted, or just didn't change it from the previous year. And you'll see in the rebuttal that I provided, and that's it's rebuttal because the city is using the wrong rate. What I ended up doing in my research is I interviewed every single broker in our office and asked them, what would the cap rates be? Do you support this? And not one of them
agreed with the cap rate report. So we know that the period in the first quarter of 23 was extremely high, and it had been growing ever since April 1st, 2021, when the Bank of Canada lifted the freeze on the interest rates. And interest rates are the primary ingredient of any cap rate, so the cap rates rose. That's now the on page 45 of my report, highlighted in red, and this is nationally, and this was the national reporting. So the Winnipeg reporting was an error. The national reporting was a bit more diligent. Double-digit cap rates seem possible in 2023 for a few select assets, i.e., buildings like ours. And we knew, everybody knows this going in, that's coming, and we're warning people. And you know, all caps aren't created the same. Now, our definitions are very similar to what CBRE and I forgot the other name, other company publish, CBRE and Cushman. Actually, CBRE doesn't even have an office here, but they extrapolate. Cushman is just down the road here. I used to work there. Our definitions are the same. And if you look at my page 46, suburban Class B, office buildings outside the CBD offering average to good quality constructions and amenities to smaller to mid-sized tenants. These also coincide with the Johnson report, which indicated there's only eight or nine of these properties. The problem with our reports is we only have 10 products that fit the classifications of office, and we're supposed to do a cap rate report when none of them have sold. So it is a process of extrapolation from either other cities or rates in the lower classes. I'm just trying to bring a bit of clarity to this. Now, we had a couple of cap rate sales. These are better classes, and they start on page 47. This is what sold. 155 Carlton sold at a 9% cap rate for share sale. The purchaser, it may be considering some conversion on it, but that is the price, and it was Q3 2022. 175 Carlton is actually the same purchaser, I believe. That one will be converted to multifamily. 171 Donald, which is credit union. Now, this one is included mostly for the fact that we have a per square foot number for a bank that's obsolete, much like the subject, and is a multi-story building, although it's downtown. That sold for $80 a square foot. And that's something to bear in mind on the subject property at the $80 a square foot. It's a worse area. 230 Portage, also another two-story bank building. That sold for a conversion to a medical clinic when the lease expired. 363 Broadway, which is the lovely building where we go for the municipal board, 12% cap rate. Downtown office, that's a true, honest B building, 12%. Those are the two transactions, 12 and 9, that our city saw in the period, the reference period. One that was very interesting is 333 Main and 191 Pioneer. This was offered for sale, had been offered for sale for some time. In the first quarter of 2023, they received an offer at $50 a square foot. The potential purchaser backed out because it wasn't worth $50 a square foot. It ended up being donated to First Nations for $1. Those were the ones. Now, what I was trying to do is to give you an idea of what represents classes and buildings on page 50. That's True North, so that's a Class A. Class B would be like the Cargill building here.
It's not as aesthetically pleasing, offers good utility, good floor plate on the skywalk system. Class C, and then there's a Class B minus. This is 125 Gary. The differences on it is location. It's not on the skywalk system, and it's an octagon shape, so it's a bit of a regular floor plate. So it's a sub B. Class C is this is 175 Hargrave, smaller building, smaller floor plate, no amenities, and it just gains a bit of advantage because it's attached to a B next door and you can get into the parkade. Class D is that's 310 Broadway, multi-story building with a very poor floor plate. Which means, and it's so a poor floor plate means it doesn't have the flexibility to offer a great space, a great working space. A miscellaneous building is this is the 373 Broadway, and it's just older, and this is where I go to pay all my traffic tickets. But you're getting an idea of when we talk classification that even in the miscellaneous quality, the worst building here still is, I believe it's about 20,000 square feet of space with very dated amenities and no other support issues. All professional real estate companies don't do buildings that are like that. They tend to go to a residential real estate firm who dabble in commercial because they're not investment grade. And if they're not investment grade, that means there's no cap rate out of it. So that's what we looked at. But still, in order to make a cap rate, we did end up using some of the base numbers from the reports to modify, and so you'll note that the corrected Colliers cap rate for B is 8.5%, and the changes we would say over and above this were pretty much location factors, and quality and condition, location. I didn't make this up. I disagree with some of this. I would have hit it very hard on location. That's 0.6. It's not a 10 out of 10. It's about a 4 out of 10. But I think that, the point is that this is at least a more objective analysis of how do you reach a cap rate. So we did apply at 9%, and that's the value of 1,554,000. And I think when this thing hits the market, if they intend on selling it, it'd be interesting. I suspect, personally, I didn't do this appraisal, so I can't. I can only comment on what someone else did under our consulting standard. But I think this is more of a building that's going to hit the market at $50 to $70 a square foot for a user, and that's what it's going to get. And it's at that rate, it's putting the value probably closer to $1 million, 1.1 million, based on what we've seen happening in the market. 171 Donald is a great example of that, and that's being converted to multifamily right now. That might be the play here, is a multifamily conversion that someone picks up for at $50 to $70 a foot, puts another maybe $100 a foot into it. They're into it for $150 a foot, and the rents generated by an apartment will support it. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. Let's open page 4 of Agent B, office rent. First, would you agree it's a subject property at suburban office building?
Is it what?
Would you agree is it subject property located suburban office?
Yes, it's right now it's I guess I wouldn't call it so much office. If I was appraising it, I would consider it a multi-use property where it has the capability of retail on the main or institutional uses, social services, with the upper levels likely being office. So mixed use.
You would agree that downtown offices and the suburban offices will be, has different market, correct?
Not in something like this. This is this isn't a focused, designed, and built to serve solely as an office. Most suburban office is flexed to consider that you would like to attract retail in the first, which gives you a greater market to rent your building and fill it up. They're not solely. You would, somebody comes to you with a rent and they want to put a coffee shop on the main floor, you're taking them.
So your comparable 75 Albert 55 Arthur, it's downtown, we can ignore them, correct?
No, I think that they define the market of the potential user. They would look at 75 Albert and 54 Arthur are not in the business district, so to speak. They're a fringe exchange, and it's a usage that's got a lot of historic buildings in it and attracts a totally different clientele. You're not putting your new engineering firm or accounting firm in there.
And they are located in downtown, correct?
They are located in the exchange area, yes.
Would you agree that comparable month-to-month lease doesn't represent net market rent?
No, month to month is a phenomenon of the property type, where you're located and the product you bring to the market. And in this case, the subject will demonstrate the same thing. And if you note on page here we go, page 11 of your report, that these are all short-term leases. They're the same thing. This is a month-to-month situation, a year-to-year situation. That's what you would expect in a building like this. It's not a bank where you're going to sign a 20-year lease when you got a guaranteed income. It's this is the rate for today. If the guy leaves, we're going to get somebody new in. Hopefully we get the same rate.
So no, my comparables has month-to-month leases.
We're looking at the subject. The subject would be a month-to-month, would be a mix of leases. It's the concept of trying to be full.
But would you agree for a home approach, we have to find market net rent, correct?
You have to find a market rent that's comparable. That's the key, comparable. And for this building, that is the market it occupies. It will not, you cannot dictate to the market and tell it you must have a 5-year lease and a fixed net lease. You're going to be dealing with different offers, different users, and you have to work out what's best for it. But it's not, there's no rule here. It's going to be take the person who walks in the door and offers the lease, the space, if it makes you money.
Isn't true that your 5 comparables on Sherbrooke, Portridge, Cantrell, and downtown Albert, it's month-to-month lease and we should ignore them?
Absolutely not. That's incorrect. No, this is the market for this building. That's what we're trained to do, is recognize the market and the potential user. This is not Polo Park where you can demand things from people, but people who want to get in. This is where the equilibrium between the tenant and the landlord is heavily in favor of the landlord looking for space, not in favor of the tenant. As such, it creates a flexibility, and the successful operator who's making the best return is going to recognize that and focus his business plan in that direction. You don't make demands on your tenants because you can't.
You would agree that estimated net rent from gross has a lot of assumption in it.
Has, sorry, a lot of what?
Assumption.
Assumptions? No,
Assumptions.
no, I don't think so. I mean, all of these properties are ones where I have the financial statements on. We only call it estimated because it's not written down anywhere. It's very simple. If you have the statement in front of you, how much money's coming in, how much money you spend on expenses, the rest is net. And because it's not a net lease written that way, you must call it estimate so as not to deceive the user of the product that there's a net lease signed. There is not a net lease signed. We must therefore label it estimated.
Your comparables on 873 Portridge was leased in 2018 for $12 per square foot. We have upward adjustment for time of lease, correct?
No, not at all. If there was an adjustment, it'd be downward because the market has dropped. With the exception of Southwest Winnipeg, the market has dropped, the sales prices have dropped, the rents have dropped, the vacancy has increased. I would adjust it, if I were considered making an adjustment, it would be downward. But we're only presenting that as an answer to your question. That was the last lease that was signed that we had a hold of.
On page 4, you have a 7050 Main Street occupied by pharmacy, care, and other. You didn't show when lease started, correct? You average close to $12 per square foot.
No, you are correct that we didn't have a start date on those. I do have them in my records, and obviously at this late stage of the game, I'm fine with telling you what they are. If answer to a question, I can provide those. I'm just taking a look at
But
it.
we can verify it because it's not provided to us like evidence here.
No, that's kind of a narrow approach to it. Usually the Board of Revision is quite flexible on verbal information if it's pertinent and important. We don't, like most parties, understand that. I'm looking at 2020.
I would like to look for $13 per square foot when lease started.
13, okay, that one is, I gotta find it. That one started November 1st, 2020. And that's the,
Prior to reference date, it support our assessment rent.
no,
We can,
that's
on page,
the
same page
optometrist.
4,
It's the optometrist in the building.
265 Portage, 230 Princess, it's downtown, we can ignore them. On page
Just,
number 5, you have comparables,
I wasn't-
961 Portage.
Excuse me, can we just have one person talking? It's really hard to hear. Ms. Shalo, can you answer your question or ask your question?
On page number 5, we have comparables, 961 Portage, just for
Sorry,
the rent
can
nothing.
we just pause for a second? The assessor made a statement after I answered a question, and a statement after a question is not for this particular time. Therefore, I'm going to treat it as if it were a question. And the statement was on the time frame of the $13 lease. Just to be clear, every other lease in the building was written at the same period, and the difference in areas and rents had nothing to do with time. Now you could go to your next question.
We don't have this information in front of us, we cannot verify, correct?
No, but Mr. Neufeld has given verbal evidence and he has affirmed that he is telling the truth, so we can accept.
So a lease in 2020 was for $13 per square foot. Thank you.
Yeah.
All the leases were in 2020 and late 2019.
I don't have question to 265 Portage, 230 Princess, because it's downtown offices.
You can skip that if you don't have.
On page number 5, we have comparables,
Sorry,
961 Portage.
Excuse me.
That's not
I
fair.
don't have questions.
Okay, you don't need to say that. You can just ask the questions that you have. So you can skip to the question.
On page number 5, you have 961 Portage, just photo. What lease, what you want to talk about, verbal.
Page You say page 5?
Yeah,
There's a
short
picture,
comparables, 965 Portage, what we can
960.
have to know about these comparables.
Oh, that's the workup on that is on page 4. Or the details. That is a month-to-month lease. That tenant has been in there for 20 years on a month-to-month basis.
We don't have this
Yeah, but
information.
he is telling you,
Okay,
month to month.
it's not relevant because it's month to month.
You don't need to say that. Just ask
Let's
the question.
open capitalization rate sales of your brief. So you presented for downtown offices as well, 325 Broadway, 125 Gary, 155 Carlton, and 175 Carlton. They're located in downtown, correct?
That's correct.
Your comparables on 171 Donald downtown, 230 downtown, correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, what page are you on?
It's a capitalization rate.
Page.
Comparables, I don't have specific for this brief.
47.
Just read one of them.
Lisa?
We have all these downtown leases. Let's come to retail cap rate. We have cap rate retail on Linden Ridge, St. Vital Shoppers. Everyone there?
I don't think we need to, you don't need to refer
You
to that.
reported 7% capitalization rate, correct?
The purpose of this page 47 onwards is much the same as the purpose of the city providing a chart. The city provides a chart with all the property types, and then you focus on the one that relates to the subject. I am doing the same thing. I'm building where this is a building of our cap rate base. It's not applied to the subject.
For subject property, it's suburban, it's only one cap rate, suited, retail, Linderwood Ridge, San Vital Shoppers at 7%, correct?
It's not part of this valuation. It's part of our report.
I can see it does say retail, I'll just note that.
Because first office, it's all downtown cap rates. And only retail and suburban space, and rest multifamily. It doesn't have affect the subject property,
You
correct?
know, I think you're on the wrong tangent here, because if we looked at your page 8, where you provide 6 different classes of properties, we talked about the office. I didn't ask you questions about industrial or retail or multifamily or hotels, because it's a report on all of them. That's what I did here, report on all of them.
We'll just stick to the relevant ones.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Knight, do you have questions for Mr. Neufeld?
I actually do not.
Oh, no, okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson.
I do, Mr. Neufeld, thank you for your presentation. I would just ask that you explain what you include in the non-recoverables for 5%, like the types of expenses, and then also for the structural reserve at 2%, as that equates to 7%, whereas the city has applied a 3% expense rate. So I'm trying to understand what is included in yours, so that I can compare them. Thank you.
Okay, I have that. Let me see. I just was reading it the other day here. There's an entire chapter that I used to put in some of these reports, and it really got to be boring. It's from the textbook. I can actually send it as rebuttal, but I'll give you, I'll try to give you the short version here of this. So we look at income and expense data, expenses. Okay, operating expenses. So a non-recoverable is one that relates to the operation of the building, but you cannot collect from a tenant. And whereas a recoverable one would be like utilities and cleaning and taxes. So the non-recoverables would include periods of vacancy when you have to, these are not in any particular order. Okay, management charges in some cases, leasing commissions, repairs that are not covered by the lease. Oh, here we go. This is even better explanation. The exclusions from an operating statement, this is what you don't charge, are depreciation, depletion allowances, income tax, corporation costs, additions to capital, loan payments. Everything else is either then a recoverable or a non-recoverable. So it's the whichever one category it fits in. It can include legal costs, accounting fees. Those are all non-recoverable expenses, but they are expenses off the bottom line. I'd rather just send you my 18 pages here. Replacement allowance is something that goes into a different category, and that's where you establish a fund for or an allowance for costs that you're going to incur, and the most common one is a roof repair, and and you can't recover that from the tenant, but you're going to take it out of the returns to the investor. So a replacement allowance, the major ones: roof covering, carpeting, kitchen, bath, laundry equipment for an apartment, HVAC equipment, some structural items, sidewalks, driveways, parking areas, exterior painting, weatherproofing. Those all come under that. But again, it's mostly a roofing replacement that you take into account. And the number, if you do the math, over on every property, virtually over 20 years, you take that allowance, that usually equals the cost of a new roof. And we always take that off in an appraisal, and as do investors. And you'll always see it in capitalization rate calculations. I would have liked to have provided a better list of the non-recoverables, but it'll also vary depending on what services are provided and which ones aren't. There are cases where security upgrades are required. Perhaps you have to bring in outside security, but your lease doesn't allow you to charge it because you've already written the lease. So then that moves to the non-recoverable category. So that's another occurrence where your lease never spoke to a specific need that came up, but you have to hire the security in order to retain your tenants. So it then becomes a non-recoverable. Every building will have a different set of non-recoverables. Oh, here's a good one: the skywalk system. I'm in a building where we pay for it, and we don't recover it from the tenants, the cost of heating it and maintaining it.
Okay. One expense that you mentioned, Mr. Newfield, in the non-recoverables was vacancy. But there's been a vacancy allowance in this instance applied by both the city and yourselves in your proposal of 15%. So in this instance, then vacancy charges wouldn't be a part of the non-recoverable, or?
The vacancy generates different levels of expenses and losses. So first of all, the percentage covers the loss of the income. The shortfall covers the share of the recoverable costs that are no longer collected from a tenant. Usually, and they're usually utilities, general maintenance, and and taxes. Those are the major ones, costs. And then the non-recoverables then are also higher during vacant periods because what you have to end up doing is fixing up the unit for, the best explanation of this is the multifamily world, because it's easier to grasp the concept. But so if you have a turnover in an apartment block, you'll go vacant, and then you'll have to go in and spend some money to fix the place up for the next tenant, put in new carpet, painting, sometimes replace appliances and fixtures, and that ends up being like a non-recoverable. And then if you have to pay a leasing commission on it, then that becomes a non-recoverable, because that you can't collect from the next tenant. So they would drive your non-recoverables higher. So, but a non-recoverable is cyclical. So you can run a building and run it for 4 years and have very, very low non-recoverables, because they're usually just going to be your accounting and your legal costs every year. And then you have a big vacancy, and then your non-recoverables spike for that year. So the concept behind putting a percentage on it is to even out the years, to stabilize it. So if you had $50,000 1 year and $100 for 4 years, it's going to be $10,000 a year is the allowance for non-recoverables. And why you do this is so that when you give your statement to your investors and you tell them how much money they're making off it, you can explain to them what you've done. And that same money the investor gets then goes to determining the cap rate and their return on their income. So that's the way I sometimes make this far more complicated than it really should be, but it's really all about segregating the costs into categories that you can recover and you can't recover, and then making sure that you don't lie to your investor on how much earnings the building makes, keeping it true and accurate to the actual performance. This building, by the way, is not a great example if you wanted to go through the expenses and figure it out, because it's a gross building. Everything's non-recoverable.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your presentation. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Neufeld, I understand you have rebuttal evidence.
Yes, and that's in regard.
We haven't had the chance to look at it yet, so.
Okay.
Okay, is it called, sorry. Is it a September 11th, 2024?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Shable, do you have it with you?
No, I don't have it.
Oh, okay, we'll just give us a minute to give it to Ms. Shable. We'll have to print it for you. So. 2 pages. Yeah, thank you. Just printing a copy for Ms. Shable. Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
So what this refers to is the Collier's cap rate report, which both the assessor and myself have provided. What I have in is begins on page 41 and runs to of my report and runs to page 46. And bottom of page 46, it's not in this letter, but this is what we say to everybody using it. its accuracy cannot be guaranteed. The user is required to conduct their own due diligence and verification. And we don't authorize anyone to use this report. Now, the assessors used it. That's why we're responding, that we found out about 3 weeks ago that there was a big error, and that the Q1 and 2 of 2023 were not from that period. They look like they've been copied, or like it was in the template from a previous year, and they were never changed. So what happened on there in Q4 2022 was accurate, and the big one was Suburban B, as a matter of fact, where the report on the best product was 6.5 to 7.5. And what followed is that right after that period, the error report was written, and they dropped the rate to what the assessors is telling you that we said, which was $6 to $7, or 7%, I should say, 6 to 7%. That's incorrect. And that same number held in for Q2, and then in Q3 they caught the mistake and corrected it to 7.5 to 8.5 was that for that period. Now that's post-reference. We're not relying on it. We're talking about an error that was published, and that if anyone's going to use it, that's why we say do your own review. The person who signed it is Vice President of Colliers in Canada for valuation, and on the page 2 gives you the background of, you can see how the cap rate changed, and this is the Bank of Canada rates starting in April of 2019 and running to April of 2023. And you'll note that in Q4 of 22, the rates began to be at 3.5 to 4.5%, and up from previous years where they were as low as 0.5%. And by April 23, they peaked at 4.75%. The interest rate is the primary ingredient in the capitalization rate. You must consider financing. If a capitalization rate is to determine if you can afford to pay your loan, and therefore it has to equate to the interest rate you're paying. In its simplest sense, that's what it is. So these were in error, and we're not replacing them. We're not fixing it. We're just simply telling the users of this report that we had an internal error. I can tell you that Q3 coming up, there will be a new author of this report, based on a bit of I don't know. We want to get it right. We don't like people using it. We don't like the assessor using it, but we also don't want to stand behind what was a mistake. In my due diligence on this, incidentally, I interviewed every single broker in our office on their achieved rates, and just as a real point of a verification at the point of the transaction. So so whatever the assessor's brief on their page 8, the Q1 2023 should be ignored and deleted. It's not accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Newton.
Oh, sorry, and you can also see it's out of step with the other, with CABRE and Cushman and Wakefield.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, do you have questions on the rebuttal? No questions? Ms. Anderson?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Knight?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Neufeld, I'm just reading the line here. The Q1 and Q2 2023 reports for some Canadian cities are not reliable. Am I assuming that this table is Winnipeg?
Oh, yes, you're right. It should state Winnipeg.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Shable, summation?
Yes, please. Our job today is to analyze the market evidence to determine the best conclusion of market value. The subject property is a bank that occupied 15,000 square feet and only 4,000 square feet tenants. According to information, bank closing, that why vacancy 15%, it's high, it's relevant for subject property. My opinion for market supported by lease comparables that are very similar to the subject property. The agent has relied on number of lease comparables that in downtown subject property suburban office that are month-to-month leases or net estimated from gross income. That it has underestimated the market rent for the subject property. With respect to the capitalization rate, the market evidence include one of his own comparables if 7%. And according to new information, suburban office between 6.5 and 7.5. Agent still want 9% capitalization rate that not supported by his evidence. My report on 7.8%. Based on evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 assessed value of subject property is $2,118,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm going to take a slightly different approach. I'm just going to talk about something I love and know very well, wine. In countries that produce wine in the old world, they have about
Mr. Neufeld,
20.
this will have a tie-in to this property.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They use 20 to 30 different descriptions of the winds that come from North Africa, because those winds are important to their agriculture and their production of wine. They mean something to them. So they label them. They don't say there's some wind coming off the ocean. They want to call it the Bora, the Mistral, the Merak, the Indy. And in Winnipeg, we only have one name or two names for office in the assessor's valuation. This is important. There are so many different classes and grades of office and uses of buildings and locations of it that it's not one size fits all. This is a very inferior location for real estate. Nobody wants to be invested in it, and that's they want to be in the Southwest. And what we have as an assessment department has one size fits all, and especially as it refers to cap rates. There is such a massive difference in the based on the product and the rate of return. This is a risky proposition. That's one of our basic differences. The other one, and the rents, and this will come in later. There's a tell when you know that a rent isn't a true rent. And the biggest tell is when you look at the assessor's page 5, is the length of the lease, 20 to 30 years. Now, the reason that we have 20 to 30 year leases is to amortize the tenant improvements over a longer period of time. And it keeps the repayment by the tenant at a lower amount, and the tenant has a longer stay in which to enjoy the usage of the tenant improvements they paid for. But they are not real estate. So the minute you see one of these long-term leases, you know that there are massive TIs in it. And I know. I mean, this is a professional should know that this is the reason. And it isn't because that there's a long-term lease and they want to get locked in. It's always due to the requirement to amortize non-realty costs in rents. They should never be used for comparables. So aside from that, I think the rest of what we've said today is self-evident. I just wanted to go over those particular issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking at our docket. We have 6 more items on our docket. We took 1 hour and 3/4 on this one. So I'm assuming we can go a little faster now that we've dealt in detail on some of the comparables, assuming that they go from one report to the next. We Mr. Neufeld, I'm assuming your rebuttal flows through all of them? or-
Yes,
Yeah.
I think we'll be much briefer, yes.
Yes, if we can do that, or else we'll be here till tomorrow afternoon, which I don't think anybody wants. So,
I
if
wonder if we can have a break.
you need a 5-minute break, okay, let's take a 5-minute break only. And then get back and try to finish the rest. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Took a 5-minute recess. And now we're on item number 2 of our docket. 24-4098 is the file number. Ms. Shiva, when you're ready, please.
Roll number 05-009-42-4150. It's 2526 Main Street in owner 6835546, Canada Limited. Our assessment years 2025 with reference date April 1st, 2023. We did assess subject property at 3,142,000. The subject property is bank, 1-floor building, built in 1910. Land area is 33,761 square feet and leasable area 8,001 square feet with ground floor area 9,393 square feet. As a photo of subject property on page number 2. The subject property located like part of shopping center across Main Street and Red River Boulevard. You can see on all 4 corners some businesses. The subject property located northwest of the subject of the city is divided by the river. On page number 5, we assess subject property like standalone bank at 5,500 square feet at $27.87. I have same comparables, 5 comparables. On my first comparable, 2567 Main Street was leased in 2005 and $35. Comparable 1366 Henderson lease in 2006 for $35 for 30 years. Lease on 1437 Henderson built in 2000, on lease from 2001 for 25 years and $39 per square foot. In my base comparables number 4 and 5, leases started on Region Avenue West, 1615 and 1539 Region Avenue. Leases started 2019 for 5 years at 8,000 square feet, very similar most to the subject property at $33 per square foot. And lease on 1339 Region Avenue Bank, lease started in 2020 at $42.25. We assess subject property at $27.87, less than $28 per square foot. For our model, we use 2% vacancy for standalone banks, expenses not recoverable 3%, and shortfall $8 per square foot for vacant space. That's similar for all banks. Capitalization rate 6.3% for subject property. Subject property on page number 6 has office space of 2,501 square feet. We assess at $17.72. Same lease comparables, office lease comparables like for previous case. On Jefferson, Main Street, Layla, and Redwood showed media $17.69, media $17 per square foot, and mean of average $17.69. And we assess at $17.72. For office building, we apply 6% vacancy loss, expenses not recoverable 3%. In shortfall, $8 per square foot for vacant space. Capitalization rate for office 4.65%, give an estimate value of 843,000. Let's move on page number 7, summary. We did apply average vacancy loss 2.9%. Expenses 3% per square foot and shortfall $8.97. Capitalization, overall capitalization rate 5.86%, give us total estimate value of 3,143,000. So based on evidence presented in the report, we recommended to confirm the 2025 assessed value of 3,142,000.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. I'm looking at pages 5 and 6. So you have used OFS for one part, and the other one, I take it, is called BNK.
We assess bank and office space. A bank space of 5,500 and office space of $2,501 square feet.
Right, but I'm just trying to find out what is this a specific model use, BNK?
What does mean and pay?
We're
Can you
having,
repeat your question?
yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you, Mr. Neufeld. There's sirens going off here.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm trying to find the workup for BNK as a valuation method. So I just want to confirm. I see that it's an office property type. So is it independent of the other rates? Like it's you have a separate valuation model for it? Do you have a separate valuation model for it?
This subject property, we have to separate space for bank and for office. That's why we have to separate rent.
Well, it's in the same building, and one size gets a 6% vacancy rate, and one gets a 2%. So, are you? I'm just wondering how they fit together.
Across the city, bank apply a 2% vacancy loss for the bank, standalone bank, and for office space 6%. It's model generated.
Oh, is the BNK model is this an office
Office
derived from the office the part of it your work?
Yes, it's office suburban space.
Office, okay.
Office,
So if you
yes.
were looking at page 8, does this fall under the row of suburban office?
We're talking about capitalization rate.
In this case, yes.
Capitalization rate 5.86% for the subject property. It's it's inside our 60 percentile or 60% of the property, 5.25 to 6.75.
Okay, but which row is that from then? Suburban A or suburban B?
It's suburban both.
Okay, just suburban. Lost my pages. Just one sec. 1, 4, 15, 20. And you Is the office user affiliated with the owner of the property? Do you
Let's
know?
open, income expense Miller provided for us, page 11. On page 11, we see annual income received. It's a completely owner occupied space.
So you've taken the owner occupied space and chopped it into two pieces for valuation then? Is that what's been done here?
For this subject property, correct?
Okay. And you mentioned on your page 5, your bank rates that you thought that number 4 and 5 were the ones that you're relying on. Is that correct?
Correct, because it's a lease started in 2019 and 2020. But I want to bring your attention, average age of building size 1989, 1993, and subject property 2010.
The rents that you do have listed here range from $32.35 to $39 a foot, yet you've applied $27.87. How do you get to use a rent outside the range? What purpose do these comparables prove?
Its comparables prove that market rent around $33 per square foot, and we apply $28 per square foot. It's fair and low range.
I'm speaking more philosophically. How can you prove that 27 exists when your only evidence suggests a rate between 32
Because I
and 39?
presented only 5 comparables, but model analyze all existing leases for banks.
This
In
capital
number, so
Sorry.
$27.87 in model generated rent. It's not higher than my comparables, it's fair.
The capitalization rate of 6.3%, how many banks were studied by the city of Winnipeg in their capitalization rate study?
Wholesale across the city,
How many were banks?
I don't have this number.
How many banks produced capitalization rates in the last in this reference period?
Our range lowest 5.25 and 6.75. We are set at 6.3% capitalization rate for building built in 2010.
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
It's inside our 60% of all property of the city.
To your
it's-
knowledge, have there been any investment sales of banks in the last 5 years?
I don't have this number in front of me.
Okay. Well, now here's what I'm just puzzled here because now I'm looking at the office portion and your rent applied to 1772 and your rents actually are between 11.98 and 22.45. So in this case, they are in the range of your comparables, the applied one, correct?
Let's look on my comparables. First comparables rent in 2015 for $12 per square foot. It should upward adjustment for the time. In same building, in same building, we have another rent, number 3, units to 104. In 2015, it's rent for $16.75. It's also should be upward adjustment. We have rent and for 2019 and $17 per square foot. We apply $17.72. It's inside range. We have comparables, another of Jefferson and $18 per square foot, but rent in 2016. It should be upward adjustment. So I just try to show the same area. You can see 320, 309, 305, 315, like subject property 323. Riverbend, I just look on market in same area. That's why I showed my 9 comparables on Redwood, but it's rent in 2008 and should be upward adjustment. 1477 Main Street, rent in 2005 should upward adjustment. My best comparables, Main Street, 2536 Main Street and 310 Layla. They rent between $16.50 to $20 per square foot. We assess less as $18 per square foot. It's fair.
On page 11, they have reported $150,317 in expenses. I worked that out to be $18.75 a square foot for expenses. Do you think that the $8 represent that you have for shortfall is appropriate, given that their actual costs are $10 a square foot higher?
We apply for most of the property in dollar per square foot to be consistent and fair across the city.
Well, if it's consistent and fair, how could it be fair if this property is being penalized by not having an accurate shortfall number? Now, you have these two revenue streams. Can you sell this building half of it at a time?
We have, for example, potential rent for whole building, 197,098 round. We apply 2.9% vacancy overall, 3% expenses, and capitalization rate 5.86%. We give us estimation of whole building 3,142,000.
I'm just saying, can you sell half the building?
We assess whole building, not half building.
You've assessed two parts of a building. Can you sell them separately?
We assess full building. It's up to us how we assess. We looking
Ms. Young,
on
he's just
final.
asking you a question, can you?
We assess full building on market value for sale at 3 million at least.
On page 7, on your summary, both streams indicate a shortfall of $8 a square foot, yet combined they are $8.97 a square foot.
Because this count numbers of vacant space in dollar amount. Because we have different vacancy, 2% and 6%.
I see. Okay. Can you explain why the sorry, this is a one-story building, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why you have a plan area of 9397 square feet and yet only leasable of 8,001? Do you know the reason?
We assess 8,000 square feet. With 9,397 square feet gross area because they have still mechanical room.
Do you know the reason why?
I know, I just see on number,
Okay.
lesser gross area.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Newfield. Ms. Anderson, do you have questions for the assessor?
I do, thank you. If you turn to page 20, the comparables that you have, the bank rent comparables, you have 5. Are they all in the same area as the subject property? In the same?
Very close to the subject property because it's neighborhood 300 and I took 300 and 400. That's why I showed only 3 very old sales, but at least I see market for banks.
Okay, and which one would you say is the best comparable to?
Comparable number 4 and 5.
Comparable number 4 and 5. And
Because,
their rents, oh, go ahead, you were going to elaborate?
because usually the size of building owner occupied And my comparable standalone bank and on Region Avenue West, inside the shopping malls.
Okay, so comparable number 4 is $33 a square foot, and comparable number 5 is $32.25 rent a square foot. And the rent that you've applied to a part of the building that's identified as bank is $27.87, so lower than both the best comparables and in fact lower than all the comparables. I'm trying to understand why.
It's a model generated rent because I showed only 5 and 2 best, but model analyze all existing for this type of building leases.
Okay, and does the model separate the property into 2 premises? Like you've applied?
Yes, it's how record set up in our system, 2 records for office and bank space.
Okay. So the model generates 2 premises because it was set up that way initially when it was entered?
Correct, yes. How we set up this record to
Okay.
show the estimate right market value of property over 3 million.
Okay, and can you explain to me what is encompassed in the expenses that you've applied to it, 3%? What type of things would be?
It's not recoverable expenses. Our statistical data shows that not recoverable expenses only 3%.
And so what does that encompass, the non-recoverables?
Not recoverable, it will be not recoverable some accommodation, it's utility, and should be not recoverable some of just it could be utilities and also property management and not property professional fees.
Management charges? Management charges?
Not management. Our data shows that management by net leases usually fully recovered, but we still have professional fees for accountants.
Yeah. Okay, and any other examples?
No, because rest maintenance, building, repair, janitor, it's more landlord expenses. You have to provide useful place for tenants. It's part of lease.
Okay,
Usually, if you look on recoverable expenses on page number 11, our annual income reserve usually would recover net rent showed recoverable general administration recoveries or professional fees. If it's not recoverable, it's inside this 3%. Utilities should be recoverable, tax property recoverable. It's clean net leases. If these 3 parts not recoverable, it's 3% usually.
okay, so that was model generated?
Correct. In
3%.
our statistical data showed, because we analyze owner occupied building, how much all these utilities cost, and crunch number by model showed 3%, not more.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Knight, do you have questions for the assessor?
My question was asked and answered.
Thank you so much. I had the same question about dividing the property into 2 premises, but Mr. Neufeld covered that. And you've answered that, so thank you for that. Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, thank you. So the property, just a bit of background on it. I brought up the point about the square footage, and I've been working on this property since it was built. Originally, the assessor took the plans and figured that was the area. And if you look at the pictures, the assessor actually has a nice picture of it on page 2. you see the overhang at the front and the drive-through, and there's another overhang at the rear, were originally included in the square footage of the building. They counted that as leasable area. That actually took us 4 years to fix. Now, the building was set up as a credit union with an insurance office, and as of today, the insurance company is now owned by the credit union Access, and through the mergers they did, I guess they acquired. I wasn't even aware of it till later. So it is one. We used to have a tenanted space in there, and there was a rent that was generated from the tenanted space, and it is now the owner's space. The building was originally, and if you look on my page 1 with the layout, was part of a larger parcel, and all 4 of the properties on it were purchased as and they carved it up this way. Sorry, 3 properties. The gas station at the corner was always separate. Then the 3 other properties were carved. The Shoppers Drug Mart to the south was on its own title, and then the office building at the northwest is owned by the credit union, and they have some offices in there. And then the credit union property itself with the irregular shape was made that way in order to get access. As you can see, it does not have its own access at all. The access off Main Street only legally goes to the Shoppers, and the one off Red River only legally goes to the office, which is 2536 Main. Now, because they're the owners of all of it, they enjoy the access. But on its own, without it, you would have to consider it unless you had easements in place later. There are no easements on it yet due to the ownership situation, but that is an irregular concept. We have a rent which actually we're not greatly differing from what the assessor had, and I'm going to see if. Just wanted to double check something here. Yeah, so like we differ by we have 187 potential, and the assessors at 191. So we are a lot closer. Our major difference is we put a higher rent on the insurance company because it's the same floor space as the bank. It's the same finish. It's identical. The only difference is that they occupy rearage, whereas the bank occupies frontage. And in our mind, that was the difference on the rents, $5 a square foot. And that would be the way that a tenant would look at it. I do not have visibility from the street. I should pay less money. So it's a smaller difference of $10,000. Now, as in vacancy, there is no such thing as a bank vacancy rate. Never has been. If there were, right now, it'd be very, very high, because there are, with Assiniboines mergers and Accesses mergers and downsizing in other areas, there are so many bank buildings that are being placed on the market that you would have to look at it as a vacant space. Now, no one's tracking it by itself. So what we did was we looked at a mix of office and suburban, and that came from the Johnson report. And I showed you that before, how the detail that's in that report, it tracks every building. And from there, at least you get an idea of the appropriateness of it. And so we just used a blended rate between office and the total office number and then the suburban office number. That's what it was, not the retail. And I go back to my comments before. The only hot office in Winnipeg in the last 5 years is in the southwest. This property is located in the extreme north end of the city. It's not a hot area. Just to put it in perspective, in 2008, I joined Colliers. There was a shopping center that was supposed to be developed at Main and the Perimeter. They're still working on it. It's not investment wise. It's not the people. It's not anything. It's just the investors aren't interested in it. And that's what we're looking at in the market. So the non-recoverables, we've used, again, a similar rate of 5%, $8,400. And in questioning, I did bring up expenses are $150,000 a year. If you look through them, there's nothing that really appears out of the ordinary on it. That's $18 a foot. So that's now the recoveries as an owner occupied property, they don't actually have a listed recovery. But any market report or any lease that you're going to see on a building anywhere, even the best office I've never seen exceed, the highest office I've ever seen is $14 a foot for recoveries. And that was a Class A downtown. Most of them are running $10 to $12 a foot. And that's the only evidence I have, is that the standard operating cost recoveries are $10 to $12 a foot. They're running at 18 a foot in total costs. So they have a massive non-recoverable on a theoretical point of view. But remember, we are talking about market, and the concept is you're putting the building on the market and you're trying to rent it, and you're going to walk in and say somebody says, oh, I want $25 rent from you, and I want another $18 in occupancy costs for a total rent of $43 gross. You're not leasing that to anybody. That's way too much money. And this is just common sense. So there are non-recoverables. And the shortfall was calculated at 1247, and this is on older data, by the way. But it's also mixing, segregating the non-recoverables and the recoverables. So we didn't have the latest statement. It would be higher than that with the statement that the assessor has. We actually run on a time lag for getting these income and expense forms, so we didn't have them all in. As regards the cap rate, there is no such thing as off a bank cap rate. Now, if there were, it would be illegal to use for assessment purposes, because the Act says market value. It does not say business value. Anytime you see a bank with a good cap rate, it isn't because of the quality of the building and the investors wanting it. I know they like the idea of having the Royal Bank being on the head lease, because their rent's always going to be made. So you can have it's a very low risk investment. But that's the strength of the tenant, not the real estate. So we lump it into the office class. Now, our corrected suburban office was at 7.5 for the best suburban office. Then what we did were the reasons we went higher with it was, number one, and I'm reading from page 2, the access. So it's questionable. We think it can be corrected, but it isn't as of today. So it'll be a cost of placing easements and then having to deal with cost splitting on parking lot maintenance and things like that. So it's just trouble and extra labor. And investor says, I want more money then. I need to make a better return if you're going to make me work harder. Just simple common sense. The closing costs, Collier's cap rates include closing costs. We include commissions and for example, and land title transfer fees, which you don't in normal. Collier's does that. A normal appraisal does not. The city does not. It's one of the anomalies of our report. It's geared to the purchaser's viewpoint of things rather than the vendor's view of things, whereas appraisals should be the global perspective. So your individual costs are irrelevant. So we work this out. Like the land transfer fee is 2% and commissions run from 2 to 4%. And it's a simple math deduction of drives that to clear up the cap rate. The other issue was it's not a major issue. It's that it does have a unique layout of it. And if you look at the picture at the bottom of page 2, somebody has this great architectural thought of the wave on the roof, but and the way it's laid out, you may have some costs down the road, not major costs. Like this is we changed this from a 5 to a 4, it works out to about 0.03 of a cap rate point. It's just someone has to pay for it. So that's what we did there. Now page 3 have all the closures, and you can note that this place is the second from the bottom, and it does say 2526 Main. The article's clipped off, but that will remain open, and we believe this one will remain open because it was their flagship credit union when it was the old in the old days for Sonova, and the location is distant from the other ones that were involved in the merger. So this one will stay, and plus they have the investment in the whole mall in the back as well, and so they have room for office use in the back. In terms of bank rents, this is our analysis on page 4, and they are from all over the city. What sets ours apart from the assessors is that we have the leases on these, and we do not use leases that have tenant improvements amortized in them. We had a very interesting example of last year where we had this bank in Nova Scotia. This is all public, it went public, where they actually spelled out the tenant improvement on it. You know, his face rate was 47, but the actual was 32 because there's $15 of repayment built into it. That's honesty, and it was presented. And so you could see that, we're not considering tenant improvements in using a comparable. So all of these are clean. These are all of our clients, and representing banking locations across the city. As far as location-wise, if you're focusing on the bank, there's a different methodology for looking at bank rents, and that's simply to draw a perimeter around your bank, determine how many people live there, what's their median income, and where does your bank cover an area that makes it comparable with another one. So if you get a more affluent area or a busier area, you're going to have more branches. They're going to cater to the same number of clients. It's not a concept that is just for banks. And for example, Shoppers Drug Mart, who are on their pad site, does exactly the same thing. How many people, what is their income, what is their age, and this is how it's determined. So and as I mentioned, we've been Crosstown and then Access is primary valuation experts, so we know how they're selecting their sites, and that's what we ended up using: clean sales, clean leases, and a comparable, not so much area but demographic, which we actually went to the trouble of researching, and it's not in this report, but we have another report that I plucked it from. The rest of this information is nothing. There was one thing I was just going to point out. There has been a lack of cap rate sales from starting when COVID started up till now, and with COVID, a lot of investment was suspended because people didn't know what was going to happen. And then when the interest rates started to jack up on April 1st, 2021, it also put a damper on transactions. And one of the things we ended up seeing was that if anybody had a pre-existing mortgage at a lower rate, you were going to get a very good price for your property. Until the last 2 years, most appraisers didn't bother with making an adjustment for financing because it was fairly stable, not a lot of changes over the years. But you have to make an adjustment for financing in your caps. And we know the city doesn't do it at all. They've told us what they use. They don't investigate. We're going to see it more this year in the multifamily cap rates. But the idea is if you sell something that's got good financing on it, you're gonna get a better price for it, and the cap rate won't be accurate. If you're selling one that's at the current rate, it's going to be accurate. And what we ended up doing at Colliers, and you can see we began this in 2021 as sales started to stagnate. I'm looking at page 22, a great chart, the spread between cap rates and the bank rate, 4 basis points. This is a real simple way of dealing with it, right? And if your interest rate of your Bank of Canada rate's 4%, then your cap rate's going to be 8%. And that's what we're finding in our business to be accurate. We're the last bunch of appraisals I did, and that's outside of, isn't tax work, it's appraisals for clients, is we've ended up using a mortgage equity method, which people haven't practiced for 30 years because there are a lack of accurate caps, and they're being misrepresented on the interest rate that they produced. So and on page 33 is it's the same bank rate that I showed you in the rebuttal, that you can see how the variances we had. I mean, if you were talking about a difference between 2% to 0.5%, you're likely we're not going to make an adjustment on your interest rate for cap. But when it hits 4.75, you must. And that's been you're going to hear more than anything this year, is you have to be skeptical. When I read a report and I see someone's using cap rates from 2021 sales, you know that they're not pertinent to 23 because of that difference. You have to adjust it. So that's, and then again, it's the correction on our cap rates, which you've already seen, and rebuttal, and that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Newfeld. Ms. Shea, will take questions.
Yes, please open page 4 of agent brief. We have bunkering comparables. Would you agree that subject property on Main Street has high traffic exposure, correct?
I haven't measured it. I haven't seen reports on the measurement. I think that point of Main Street has a traffic flow that's best described as transient. And the reason we say that is because on the east side, there's a very narrow strip of land before the river starts. And on the west side, we have, as it goes into Rosser and the undeveloped areas. So it's the hinterland is smaller. Like if you were driving down St. Anne's, St. Mary's, the depth on either side is phenomenal. And that's where the people are. So I think the traffic is transient more than in other cities.
Your comparables on St. Mary Portrait region will have same exposure to the traffic, correct? It's your best comparables.
Exposure to traffic is not a factor for most properties of this nature. Office, they don't care about traffic. They care about access, but it doesn't drive their business. Nobody has a purchase decision. Hey, I got to go borrow money. Oh, there's a bank. I'm driving by. I'm going to go in and get some. It's not like grabbing McDonald's.
You would agree that your comparable 6031 St. Mary, 2421 3421 Portridge, and 850 region range between $24.50 and $27.
That's correct.
Thank you. On page number 4, we have 1919 Henderson, and on page number 5, commercial rent roll, how it's relevant to the subject property on Main Street.
It's roughly the same the distance from the central business region, and it was a newer development that is similar to the subject development. See, the subject I mentioned had 2536 office building at the rear, and that was the whole concept of the property. My opinion is that I think I would ask them to merge the roles if I had control, because it would better show the be more accurate determination of value. But 1919 was a similar vintage. It's got a mix of it's got one food service and one medical, one office, and forgot what the other one was. It's interesting comparable.
Maybe restaurant as well.
It'd be pertinent to our valuation.
In which way?
Well, in that the range of rents is from $16 to $24 with a mean of 1874, and that's the performance you would expect for a suburban development. In this case, this one's mixed use. The subject is a mixed use occupancy, and their office at the back is even adds more to the mix.
So it's comparable to support $24 per square foot for office building. It's no bank inside. We have a restaurant, chiropractor. So these comparables doesn't show any market evidence for bank on Main Street, correct?
The bank by itself is not a market. The selection of a site is when the banker picks the site is, but that doesn't mean the real estate becomes a rent as a bank. And the subject itself demonstrates that. You got an insurance office in one part of it and a bank and a credit union in another part. When you walk into the building, there's no difference. They're the same. So it doesn't occupy a separate segment. It can be used as a credit union. It can be used as an office. Sonova picked it for the reasons I told you, and but the value is going to emanate from real estate, not business.
According, it's regard to capitalization rate, according to your new evidence, suburban office building current between range in cap between 6.5 to 7.5. And you still have more like much higher, correct? Much lower, 8.15.
The ranges that were in the corrected version are from Q4 2022. At that time was 6.5 to 7.5. They continued to rise over the time period until post-reference, it was 7.5 to 8.5. They rose in conjunction with the interest rates indicated there. So in Q4 2022, the interest rate was about 3.5 to 4. By April 23, it was 4.75. I would expect to see a corresponding increase in capitalization rates of between 0.5 and 0.75 interpolation of the data, so that the base rate would be at that time period, we would say 7.25 to about 8% would be in Q1 2023 with a bank rate. We did not present that as evidence, but that's where it leads us. And
you would agree that your information for third quarter of 2023, it's post-reference and should be omitted from your presentation?
no, that's not what I said. I explained quite clearly it was post-reference. But it was there to show is that there is a change over the time, and we now have a time scale. So you can actually say it's somewhere between these rates, and then you look at the interest rates and you pop it into place. This is what I do for a living. This isn't what I make up and tell people. This is my profession, and we know that the rates were at this point. And the goal here was just to demonstrate that this report had an error, and this is what it should be.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. You're done with your questions, Ms. Shields? Thank you. Ms. Knight, do you have questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Just about the vacancy rate of 10.3, how do you come to that?
Let me just see. On page 6 is the Johnson report excerpt. So June 2023. Oh, okay. I don't know what. Oh, I see what we did is a historical. So, first of all, on the left side is from the 2023 report. On the right side is the historical numbers. The assessor always seems to think that we're using post-reference material if we use June 23. It's not. It's just there too, so we don't have to argue. Now, if you look at the one on the right side, in 22 and 23, the total inventory of vacancy was either at the bottom right number, total city 10.4 to 11.4. In June of 23, which all the data was taken in January of 2023 and published in June of 2023, it was 9.2% for suburban, total suburban. And what we ended up doing was blending the 9.2 and the 11.4 suburban and total. And that should be, well, look at that, page 1. The office, total city office 11.4, total suburban 9.2. And the reason we do that is sample size. So we've shown you the sample size of all this whole inventory. And I don't even see it in this report. I'm going through it real quick. It was in the last one. But some of the segments that Johnson samples are too small to use accurately. So for example, the regional ones, and we're just looking for a broader base of vacancy.
So because we're using 10.3, which sounds to me like it's higher than what we've used before, is because it's 2023. But in the past, or in the past of that building, has there been any vacancy in there?
In that building, it's owner occupied, so it's never actually declared a vacancy. In their building next door, they've had fairly consistent vacancy problems.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about this exact building, not the next door building. This building.
They own it.
Your building is a hairdresser and whatever else in there.
No, it's office.
Oh, okay. There
And
was a hairdresser.
it's 2536 Main. There's a couple of medical users in there, and the rest is office. And over the years, Sonova just squats and uses their own offices because they can't rent them out. They've been running at about 20% in there, and I think that we wouldn't use 20% because part of that reason is because they're rear space; they have no visibility.
Okay.
But the 10%, as I said, this is my book here, and again, the June 2023 report, which I have right here, all the transactions are dated. The newest transaction in here that was reported was January of 2023. The publication date is June. The data is from late 2022 and very early 2023. I had one chairperson criticize me for dropping names, and I don't care. I worked with Wayne Johnson for years, and I know how we worked together at Cushman for 5 years, and he's putting together the report. This is this comes from direct knowledge of how the report's made.
I think you've answered my questions.
Okay.
I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. My question relates to the vacancy as well. It is driving the shortfall rate that you propose, right? That higher vacancy of 10.3% is driving the shortfall to $12.47 a square foot?
Yeah, they're directly related. That's correct.
Okay. And my final question relates to the cap rate. You had noted in your comments that Colliers includes in the cap rate the land transfer tax, and you indicated another item as well. But you considered
leasing commissions.
Leasing commissions, okay.
Or sorry, sales commissions, I should say.
Sales commissions, yeah. Okay. And you indicated a percentage you felt that drove the cap rate.
Yeah, it's because it's easy to calculate because it's they're flat rates, the land transfer fee and the commission rates. And the math on it is that equates to 0.3% of a cap rate that the Colliers understates a market cap rate to a Colliers cap rate. And the reason they do it's an investment report, and certain investment users do it this way. General appraisal doesn't, so we have to adjust to make sure that it's applied properly.
Okay, so would I be accurate in my thinking that if your cap rate that you're proposing for this property is 8.15, 0.3% of that represents land transfer tax and sales commission?
Yeah, the line transfer, the closing costs, it'd be, so
Right.
without that, it would be 7.85, correct?
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence to determine the best conclusion of market value. Two main areas of disagreement is the rent capitalization rate. My opinion of market is supported by lease comparable that very similar to the subject property. Overall rent for whole building $24.17. That very well supported by agent comparables on 6031 St. Mary, 3421 Portridge, and 850 Regent Avenue. With respect to the capitalization rate, the market evidence including one of capitalization rate, agent rate 7%, and his range 6.5 to 7.5%. In steel, agent one much higher at 8.15%. Our capitalization rate 5.86%. Based on evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is $3,142,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. Yes, firstly, on the four issues here, the rent, we are slightly lower because there's no such thing really as a bank rent. And the place is walk in the door, there's no difference. You can't say one user should get this much rent and the other user should have a different rent because of what you do. The reason we put a variance in was location, visibility, frontage versus rearage, and it's just normal rate. There's no such thing as a bank. Now, if you did consider the concept of the valuation as a bank, then you have to consider the bank vacancies that have popped up. So you've seen the evidence, and I think you can count. Well, we know there that Access have closed at least 5 branches, and Assiniboine have noted 3. Well, then you're going to treat it like a bank. You better get a lot heavier on the vacancy. It's going to be 15% because there's radical changes in the market and a lot of product is going to go on. And if you're treating it as a bank, that means there's not another bank waiting in the wings to rent it from you. So you see the circular argument we've got here. You know, you can't. I think that the assessor's position is completely untenable because they can't have it both ways. We've looked at it differently, and our vacancy rate is just a byproduct of what's happened in the market with retail and office. Unless you're in the southwest of Winnipeg, office has died. If you're retail, it's died. That's what happened in the last 5 years. We all suffered through it as well. Now, the concept of splitting a property in half, valuing one half and one way and another half the other way, that again, I get that sometimes a little too anecdotal, but the first job I ever did for a real appraisal, I had seen the assessor use this, and for a real appraisal, I tried to do it. My mentor screamed at me. and He was a very passionate man, and I got a lot of abuse from him, and a lot of reasons you never do that, and you don't do it because you can't sell half a property. It's just common sense. It's a mixed use property, and well, I always bear in mind that if you're trying to sell two halves of a property, the part people are going to focus on is the bad part, not the good part, because of risk. You don't mitigate your risk that way. You mitigate it by taking the worst possible scenario. Now, as the cap rates go, I mean, it's so simple. Look at the Bank of Canada rate. That's what drives interest rates. Now, there is mitigation on time over it. So we've had the high interest rates, but the market thinks they're going to go back down. So the caps aren't as bad. What's happened is that there's been more compression between the Bank of Canada rate and the cap rate. With the low rates, it was about a 4-point spread. Now we're seeing spreads as low as 2.5 between the Bank of Canada and achieved cap rates, because there's optimism that they're going to get better. And remember, you're only locked into your loan for usually 5-year terms at a time. So you're not locked into it forever. So a building's got a 40-year life. So 5 out of the 40 are going to be bad. So it's not doom and gloom. It's going to be 10% cap rates for properties like this just because Bank of Canada rates higher. It's not, but it's not going to be 6% either. It's going to be 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 2. So moving ahead, I would ask both the assessor and the applicant to let's focus on the issues at hand so that we can finish our docket today. So we'll just carry on. Item number 3, file number 2442001450 McPhillips. Ms. Shable.
Roll number 05009412-800. It's 1450 Macmillan Street, Access Credit Unit Limited, owner. We assess 2025 value for reference date April 1st, 2023, and $2,288,000. The subject property bank, 1-story building, built original 1980, with effective years built after all renovation done 2014. Land area.
Sorry, may I interrupt for a minute? There is a matter I should bring up. At the time we filed this report, it was owned by Access. The information we've provided, which you see on my page 3, which we gathered 2 weeks ago, indicates that a sale has been finalized on it. Now, the new owner is the medical firm that was the tenant. I believe that don't think we have authorization from the new owner. It's very, very recent, and I'm wondering if maybe we should put this aside if we could until I get new authorization. I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
So you're saying that since this has been filed, there is a new owner. You don't have authorization to proceed with this appeal.
Yeah, the sale only closed, I think, a couple of weeks ago.
So, Fran, what are our options? Okay, we're gonna have to check on the procedure with how to deal with this one. So let's move it to the back of the agenda while we get some clarity on the best process for dealing with this. So, Mr. Neufeld, you're saying you don't have authorization to proceed with this?
Not from the new owner, no. So, yeah.
When did it close?
Well, these, okay.
Says it took effect July 10th.
That's the closure. No, but that's the closure. The sale would have been whenever this press release came out. I can give you the date. I have to look it up.
because it's on our docket, there has been an appeal officially filed. Would you like us just to confirm it, Mr. Newfield?
Yeah, actually, that might be a good idea. And then we can, look into it a bit more. We don't know the new owner's intentions.
So perhaps that's the approach you'd like to pursue then?
If that works for the board, that'd be fine.
So, Ms. Shavel, perhaps you could just read a very truncated version.
Agent doesn't have authorization to represent owner, we cannot proceed further without authorization. It's
Okay,
law.
so the position is that if you don't have authorization from the owner, we can't proceed with it either way, but it is on our docket. So we have a little bit of an issue. So let's put it to the back. We'll kick it up to our administration to figure out what the best approach is, and we'll move on to item number 4 in the meantime. Okay, so item number 4, so we'll circle back to item number 3 at the end, is what I'm saying. Go to item number 4 then, 310 Lila Avenue. File number 24-4102, Ms. Shavel.
Roll number 1130319300. Owner is Access Credit Units Limited located on 310 Leila Avenue. The subject property is bank, built in 2000, one-story building, land area of 30,996 square feet, and leasable and gross area 6,112 square feet. We have a subject lease at $16.50 per square foot. It's a doctor. We started 2021 by 2026 for 5 years for area of 1,074 square feet at $16.50. The subject property located on northwest side quarter of city. It's a regular shape of the land. On page number 5, we assess subject property like office space for medical office and bank. Let's look office space of 1,074 square feet and $16.80. Existing lease is 2021, $16.50. It's a little bit less. And I presented same rate of comparables because it's same area on Leila. Jefferson Main Street, Redwood, it showed $19 between $18 and $19 per square foot. For office, we apply 6% vacancy, expenses not recoverable 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, capitalization rate 4.25%. On page number 6, bank components 5,038 square feet, assessed at $23.65. With my comparables on page 6 on bottom showed me the $33 per square foot. It's much less, it's fair. For the bank across the city, we apply 2% vacancy, same 3% not recovered expenses, shortfall $6 per square foot, only to pay for vacant space. The overall capitalization rate by bank component 6.45%. On page number 7, summary. So our vacancy overall for potential at $137,000, 2.51%. We have expenses 3%, shortfall money value of vacant space $8.62, and overall capitalization rate 6.7%. That is inside our 60 percentiles properties from 5.25 to 6.75. It's given an estimation of 2,105,000 value of subject property in for 2025 assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. The same questions I had before, on splitting, I'm assuming asked and answered. I'm not expecting anything I wouldn't expect anything different, would I?
Ms. Shable.
We have a split for two premises because inside property we have bank and we have medical. For business tax purposes, we have to separate the space and assess separate. That's why we have two stream for office space or a bank.
And same question on the rents on the banks. You've got range of $32 to $35, and you've applied $23.65. So again, that is outside the range, correct?
It's not higher than our range. It's model generated $23.65.
And the revenue stream for the office, this 4.25% cap rate, what part of your table does that come from? Is that an OFS
My
rate?
page number 7 overall for this property 6.07%. It's inside our range for 60% of the property for 5.25 to 6.75.
Listen, you provided a separate valuation, so I'm asking you now on a separate valuation. Where do you get 4.25% from? Where in your
It's model generated.
model? And on your page 8, which row would that model have selected for describing it?
Our overall 6.07.
What row on the model on page 8 would be the appropriate one to look at?
We assess full property at 6.07%, then inside 60 percentile, 5.25 to 6.75.
So is that a suburban B or A?
It's office suburban range, capitalization rate.
Okay, and what was the Bank of Canada interest rate as of April 1st, 2023? Do you know?
I don't know.
Well, I think we've heard earlier today it was 4.75%. So how do you get a cap rate that's lower than the interest rate?
Because our model statistical data crunch all existing sale through City of Winnipeg and give us this range.
And what dates were your sales? Do you know?
Our before reference date, April 1st, 2023.
How many were within the last
I
6
don't have
months
answer.
before
I don't
April
know.
1st?
I
Okay.
know part of model.
I think everything else I've asked, would want to ask has been asked before, and I'm assuming if everyone's happy with it, I won't ask them again. I'm just assuming the answers will be the same. Is that, can I do that? I want to save some time here.
Sure.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Knight, do you have questions for the assessor?
I do not.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
The only question I have relates to the vacancy rate applied to the bank premise, 2%. How is that achieved? Is that model driven as well?
Because usually bank it's owner occupied and bank, medical office owner occupied. Car repair service, we apply 2%. It's owner occupied by 1 in 10 years, it will be empty or sold, so we still give 2% vacancy.
Okay,
But it's full occupied.
okay. Thank you.
We
Those are all my
consider
questions.
the city.
Thank you very much. And I also had a question about I know you've done it in two income streams.
Yes,
And you've explained that that is in part due to the business
assessment,
tax
yes.
component. But your office business stream then has different parameters for it, right? Including a cap of 4.25. So I am looking at your table into your suburban B, suburban A office, and that is below the 20th percentile.
For
4.25.
purpose of this assessment, we're looking on overall for whole building, 6.07.
But the bank stream and the office stream are used to get to that overall, right?
Yes.
So then how does the 4.25, like
Because-
the model uses that
Yes.
4.25.
Because what we showed right now, 5.25 to 6.75, it's only 60% of the property.
Yes,
But we still have 40%. It can be higher or much lower.
so this is a 2000, a year 2000 build.
Building, yes.
And it's Lila, which I'm thinking is a fairly busy street, access wise.
And also area for this stream only 5,000 square feet, usually a small building around 5,000 square feet. They have more purchased people who can afford this, buy this type of building. That bring capitalization rate much smaller. Okay. It's statistical data showed if the building over 10,000 square feet, yes, it will be less people can afford to buy it. It's bring capitalization more low over.
So in this case, the
6%.
size of the building.
Yes,
Is
given-
driving that lower cap
Yes.
rate. Thank you. Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, so this site was originally Century 21 recording studio, and in 2000, Northwest Credit Union bought it and developed it. And I know all this because that was one of my jobs. I was working on the acquisition of it, and we ended up doing the deal to get them in there, and then they built on it. So my history goes back a long way. Now, its selection was based on why this is pertinent is because the original selection of as a credit union was very specific to the members of this credit union, and they were relocating. And how do I say this in the politically correct way? It was very ethnic oriented. And since then, after the merger, you'll note in the page description of all the sites being closed that when they closed 950 Main Street, they mentioned that they have branches at 310 Leela, 803 Leela, and 2526 Main. It's a very likely that this one would be not in their future. And it because of the location. It's on the section of Leela, and this is it's where just trying to remember the North Street, Salter and Leela, where it curves. is very, very close to the 803 location. So it's going to likely be an either or situation. And when we talk about vacancy and this is building is obviously should be considered as a very prime candidate for an upcoming vacancy that any observer could see with the amalgamations of credit unions. The rents we've used, again, differ very much from what the assessor has. There is one paid rent in there, and the space is of the dentist space is actually superior to the bank space, because when they built it, and again, I was involved in the original deal, they actually ran all the infrastructure for the dental offices, which is the underfloor water system for supply and drainage, and the piping for I forgot the other thing, but so there was more infrastructure in this. It is a superior accommodation than the credit union's accommodation. But again, we're not that far apart. We differ on vacancy rate, and I look at the office rates in the city, the location, the usage, which is very, very risky. How do I put it this way in the vacancy? I think that any investor who is looking at buying this for income would put a very high vacancy rate on it, given the nature of the bank amalgamations, the credit union amalgamations. And again, as I said earlier, there's not more people lining up to rent it. It's going to be a retail use likely, and some conversion costs and rents that aren't going to be as good as what is being applied today. The costs and recovery are again all the same manner. It's calculated the same way. The shortfall is calculated on the actual, which page 1. You can see there's a little workup there. In this case, it was a simple calculation. The actual taxes, the utility costs, and the R&M are 1195, and the reason they're so high is because the taxes are high. And the awful irony with the city is that they want to establish the same rate for everybody for shortfall, but the assessments aren't the same. So in the assessment, the tax is the highest cost of a commercial building. So if you're going to use a consistent shortfall, you should have a consistent assessment. Everybody gets the same rate per square foot, then you can have the same shortfall, but we don't. And that's why they differ. So that is utterly connected. So it's the same rents. Now, the only thing I have some concern with here is on the cap rate side. Again, we started at the same base rate of 7.5. I see two errors here that I think that our cap rate is overstated. The first one is the easement for access, and I think that's an error, a mistake that should be out. And the parking issue, that should be out. And the age is slightly off. That's not a big deal, but this should be about 8.15, the same as the last property. And the only difference here is that I would say it's high risk for vacancy, which in some cases, if a vacancy has occurred, you call it a high vacancy. When you think it's going to occur, it's a high cap rate. Now, I said I was making points about the vacancy being higher because of the impending issue, but again, we only apply at a market rate. So I would change this to a lower cap at same as the other one is 8.15, which indicates a value of $1,240,000.
So, Mr. Newfeld, you're making an adjustment to your analysis by reducing the cap rate to
Yes.
8.15, which
Yes.
brings your value to 1,240,000. Okay,
That's correct. And everything else is repetitive.
thank you. Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation now?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for Mr. Newfeld?
No questions.
No questions? Thank you. Ms. Anderson,
I have no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks.
thank you. Ms. Knight,
No, ma'am.
thank you, and I have no questions. Ms. Shable, do you desire summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. We have two main areas of disagreement that are rent and the capitalization rate. My opinion on market supported by lease comparables that very similar to the subject property. The overall rent for subject property $22.34. It's very well supported by agent evidence. With respect to the capitalization rate, market evidence included in all agent briefs. For example, for retail 10%, it's inside range 6.5 to 7.5% for suburban office space. We estimate subject property 6.07%. Based on my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property is $2,105,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfeld.
Well, you're not going to repeat anything I said before. In this case, the major issue that is different from what we've heard earlier is I see this site as a very, very high risk of being made redundant because they have another site a few blocks away. And any investor who looked at the map and saw that would take that into account and also know that there's not banks lining up to take this space. You're going to have to spend some money on it and repurpose it. The concept of a 4.25% cap rate is, I use my words right, because it's utterly ridiculous. There's never been a rate like that in Manitoba ever, not even for the best multifamily. There's an error in their system if they can put that out. At April 1st, 2023, the Bank of Canada rate was 4.75%. And interest rates drive the cap rates. There is no way that could happen. So that's a flaw in the system. And thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 4. Move on to item number 5. File number 244096803 Leila Avenue.
Roll number 11050864200. Owner is Access Credit Union Limited and located 803 Leila Avenue. The subject property assessment 2025 assessed years with reference date April 1st, 2023, estimated at $2,260,000. The subject property is bank, a one-story building, original built in 1989, with effective years built 2005. Land area 12,743 square feet. This gross and floor area of 3,356 square feet. The subject property photo on page number 2. On page number 3, site size, subject property located northwest sides of the city. We estimate subject property to stream again, like office space for 2,223 square feet at $17.59. I provide same rate as said comparables like for 310 Layla. We apply same 6% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses. Free $8 per square foot for vacant space of 6%. And overall capitalization rate for office space 5.3%, give us $6,503,000. On page number 6, advanced components for 4,113 square feet, we assess at $28.12. It's very well supported by my comparables, similar like Layla. Pretend Layla. We apply vacancy loss for bank 2%, expenses not recoverable 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, and capitalization rate 6.8%. Let's look on summary page. We apply 3% overall vacancy loss for subject property, expenses 3% not recoverable, shortfall $9.04 if it's applied for vacant space for both stream, and overall capitalization rate 6.37%. Give us estimate market value of subject property in 2025 at $2,260,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfeld.
Yes, how much parking does the subject have?
I don't have this information, but we can look on part. Subject property located in some shopping area, and they share parking space on corner of Layla and Garden Park Drive.
So do you know how many spaces it has?
On
What?
page number 4, purple corner, it's the subject property, and you can see it's for Layla, but it's adjacent this parking lot for another properties.
Oh,
They
your
share this.
aerial photograph has a big purple line on it.
Correct.
Perhaps you could look at mine on page 1.
They use a shared parking space for adjacent buildings.
Yeah, but that parking space is taxed under a different role, correct?
Correct.
How much parking space is on this particular roll?
I don't see any.
Yeah, correct. Okay. And that's the same thing they told you on their form, which is on your page 11, correct? They don't put any stalls.
Let's put the page. They showed owner occupied and Lisa Valeria 7,229 square feet, and they don't show any parking space. So they showed that about area much higher than we assess.
Now your comparables,
I need to look into that, thank you.
your comparables on your page 6 and page 5, they've all got parking, don't they?
If you see on page number 4, subject property has access parking, can use parking space for adjacent properties. If they share, it's very clear.
Again, I asked you
earlier.
earlier, there is some parking, but it's got its own role, correct? They pay separate taxes. There's separate taxes on it. I'm asking about this, just the subject
It's
property.
part of shopping mall. It has parking.
Do you know the
No
relation?
parking on Layla.
Are you just guessing here, or do you know the situation?
I see on photo number 4.
Okay, so you don't know the situation, you're looking at a photo and making an assumption, correct?
It's not on page number 11, no parking reported, but reported area much higher than we assess, and I will be looking at. Thank you.
You're, are you stating these as facts?
I stated facts.
Okay, well then
I
I'm
have
gonna
to look
ask,
in gross area.
I'm going to ask the chairperson
It's
to
part of
make a
my
note,
job to my
of
job.
this. And
Oh.
I'm telling you right now that those are not the facts and you're misrepresenting to this board.
Thank you. Can we move on?
Yes, we will. Okay.
Parking.
And now, in regard to parking, did you determine what the city of Winnipeg requires for parking? To get a permit, occupancy
I would
permit?
like to repeat myself, subject property, I can use parking adjacent properties.
That's not my question. On page,
No answer to your question.
I believe that the requirement is for oh, hey, I'm looking for, they have a category here for banks. No. So it's going to be under the retail category, which means they do need, are you aware that the city requires 1 stall for every 250 square feet of floor space?
Subject property located in real retail area with plenty of parking space.
Okay, I mean, I'm asking you questions that you don't know the answers for, and I would think you should just
I
be-
answer in best of my knowledge.
Yeah, okay. And the other questions on the age, how did that age change from 1989 to 2005?
It was signed 1998, was some renovation done to properties, increased actual effective years built for 2005.
What was that renovation? Do you know?
I don't have data in front of me.
Did they do major repairs to the envelope or the foundation or the framing?
I don't have answer.
Okay. And the other questions I was going to ask are the same as before with the split revenue streams. And I'm going to assume the answers are the same. And in regard to the rent rates being outside the range, and then the source of the capitalization rates and
We
the
have
rate.
two splits because we have two business assessment.
Well,
one
I'm
in
just
insurance
saying,
company.
or my question then is, are the answers going to be the same? And can we then just move on?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Newfound. Ms. Anderson, do you have any questions for the assessor?
I do, thank you. In regards to your rent comparables, where are the rent comparables for the bank portion of the building? What page?
On page number 6.
On page number 6, the rent comparables?
For bank, correct.
Okay, and so which one would you say is the best comparable to this property?
Best comparables, region, both region 1536 Region Avenue and 1609 Region Avenue. And also I have new comparable 210 St. Mary Road, rent in 2019 for $33.75. But this building was built in 2013. We have to adjust backward allow this range rate are affected by age of building. It's much superior to the subject property.
Okay,
So
okay, and
it's still around $32, and we assess less than $29. It's
okay, and that assessment is model generated?
correct.
Okay. That rental rate applied? Okay. And with regards to the cap rate for the portion relative to the office space, it's 5.3% and again, that was model generated?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Knight?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question. It's hard not to compare from one property to the other. Here in this subject, 803 Lila, you've used a bank lease rate of $28.12. The previous one, also on Lila, you've used $23.65. So I'm wondering if you can please explain why this one would be a higher rate. It's roughly the same, it's a little bit
Because
less.
I guess it's most of the rent really for location.
It's in the
it's
same
more-
location, yes?
Yes, and plus previous 310 Leylets was 5,000 square feet at $24, and now we have 4,000 square feet. Rent now $28, so low space, higher rent.
So it makes that much of a difference.
And
1,000 square feet
yes,
would make that
what
much.
our data showed. Because it's model generated number, it's how it's crunched, it's a lot of parameters
Okay, so
applied for it.
again, it's the model rate that was
Correct.
generated. And this is standalone or is it part of a shopping complex?
It's a part of shopping complex, but it
Okay.
has a role, separate role on page number 4. You can see along the Layla between Mark Phillips and Garden Park Drive, it's like shopping mall.
Okay.
It's different roll numbers, they shoot together. And they have shared parking space. So it's not issue for such a thing.
So it's in a large shopping.
Yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, sorry, I just spotted something. I'm just taking 2 seconds to track it down here. See this square footage variance. And you know, we don't have the same problem with the assessor in that we just copied the last one, you know? Same rents, same cap. I have a different square foot area, and this is okay. It's in my records, different from the assessors. I guess I have to stick with the one we had. I apologize here, but there's another problem with the production here. I'm not blaming people. It's just that I can't prepare these myself, and so there's an error here in the other direction. So the building was a former restaurant. I forgot if it was Olive Garden or Red Lobster. It was one of them, and the shopping center site had one in each corner. And then when they the franchisor went bankrupt on the two, they sold them off, and one stayed as a restaurant. I think it still is, and the other became a bank. And the difference in the age is the assessor is mistaken in that you don't change the age when you tear the booths out and put flooring in and desks. It's that doesn't change the effective age. You change the effective age when you do something to the major elements of the building, such as the envelope or the foundation, the framing, mechanical, but not the decor. Because face it, every office building in the world would then change its effective date every 10 years when they have to put in new carpets for the new tenant. That's not the way it works. So anyway, it's a very small point, but we're using the original age of 89, but it is a converted restaurant. The land that you see is what they have. Now they have another agreement. It's a separate lease agreement and they pay for it. And they get use of the parking stalls and they have an easement on it as well in their favor. But it's separately taxed. And as a matter of fact, their rent actually calls for them to pay the taxes on the site. Now, in past years, the rent was fairly reasonable because it was part of a settlement. It was $20,000 a year. Now, what we should have done is subtracted that from the NOI because it's an expense in order to compare this property to another property that has parking. You have to take into account the deficiencies and adjust for it. So that's the mistake that was made here, is that it should have been reduced from it. And I hate wasting your time, but I'm going to give you a new number, and I'm going to use. I was just looking for the lease rate here in my files, and I have one here. This is an older one, and it's. Okay, sorry, I have that's the agreement, but not the bill. Okay, well, I guess I think in previous years it was, older years, it was about $19,000. So that's the last amount that I have that's accurate. When you have a cost, as I said, you just subtract it from the NOI because or you cap it differently. And so I'm just trying to do the math in my head here just to see what sort of difference it would make. You'll notice that I said in the last one there was an error in the cap rate calculation. That's because it was copied to make this one, the person who did it. Extremely lazy. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to make any changes, and I'll explain what I just was calculating here. When we use the same rent as before, we use the same comparables. It's the same setup. In this case, this was a Sonova, and the insurance companies, which is they now own, was rented in the past. The space is virtually identical. You can't tell the difference between it, between the credit union and the insurance company. And it's just the insurance company always gets the more inferior part of the building as opposed to the credit union. So that's accounts for the rate differential. We're using 145,000 as income, and then the same vacancy calculation, same non-recoverables, and the shortfall was based on actual taxes, as you can see on page 1, $763 a foot were actual taxes plus utilities plus R&M. So this is less to do with, well, the only actual here was what were the taxes. The utilities are an estimate, and coincidentally the amount the city assessor uses for utilities in their business tax. So 1108 would be the shortfall, because those are the hard costs that must be paid. The NOI that I have at 113,499, it would be less because you subtract the parking, but in the capitalization rate, this is where those other changes I said were taken into account. So you'll note that number one, there was the easement for the access, which is a negative on it, and then number 12, which is no parking. So you can't have it both ways. So we accounted for the lack of parking in the cap rate. It's a little bit different system, but I was just doing the math and it's virtually the same number on having a lower cap and deducting for the offsite parking you have to pay for. The other issues with it are, of course, this is a converted restaurant. It was not built for this use. It was adapted for it. It works. It's functional. You can see that there's a fairly different, like the windows are different, a lack of them in this particular building, which is one of the bigger points. But again, it's not important to it. And there's some inside pictures from one of our appraisals. So on page 6, adding glass partitions and tiled floor and rug and redoing the ceiling does not reduce the effect of age. It's just keeping it updated and refurbished. That means that every time you change your drapes in your house, you can have a lower effect of age. No, it doesn't change anything. Lots and lots of pictures. Wanted to show you the parking issue, and that's on page 21. So it would fall under the code of, page 22. It would be a code 20. The city would classify this as retail because of the credit union, because you're bringing people to the building to do their work, unlike an office where you don't bring a lot of people. So the way they do it, it's a car demand. So on the size of the space, you would need 26 parking stalls, and they have 0. And that's where that comes in. That's the major difference on this. And other than that's okay, that was it, other than the issues we've already gone over. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Newfield. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for?
Yes, please. On page number 4, you have 1039 Mac Phillips. It's not relevant to the subject property, correct?
It's a rental property in somewhat in fair proximity to the subject. So I think it's reasonable to use to paint a picture of the market.
And what you want to say us about this property, why we have to look into?
Well, this is what the market's generating for rents.
How much?
I can't even read this here. I gotta zoom in. Oh, okay. That site generates from $10 to $21 a foot.
So it's only office space. I don't see any bank inside.
Well, the other interesting thing about this for inclusion was that if you look at the newest leases, which would be the second and third written in 20, and then the second last one written in 20, $10, $12, $13. And one of the older leases from 2016 is at $21. And I think that was kind of an interesting point, because it's showing you that there has been in this particular mall, no increase in rental rates over that period. And I think this is what we've seen all across the city in this type of usage and in this type of market area, is the lack of revenue growth.
On your page number 5 through 13, it's a photo of completely different property, correct? Not subject property.
Page 5.
It's a Sunova and insurance, but we have Access Credit Union Limited on 803. Leila, it's not relevant to the print, correct? We
No,
have these pages.
it was built as a Sonova, and it later merged and became Access. And I've been involved with it since they did their renovation.
And subject property previous was restaurant transferred to blank, but it's not really
No,
a picture
no,
to the
no,
subject property, correct?
no, they redid the restaurant. They kept the footprint of the restaurant and made cosmetic changes to it.
You state that the subject property looks similar like on page number 6, 7. It's high-end renovation, correct? So effective year should be not 89 for subject property, much higher, correct? After this type of renovation, what we see on your photos.
No.
Subject property.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this renovation means nothing to value. It does not change the remaining economic life whatsoever.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, do you have questions for the applicant?
I apologize, I had on mute. My only question, Mr. Neufeld, is you mentioned the difference that you had in the lease area, and I had noted that too, that you had 4,587 and the city had 4,113. Just wondering what, if you're aware what that's attributed to.
Yeah, I was trying to look that up in the historic records, and to see if I could figure out where we departed from each other. And I haven't, I'm just looking. And so I have a total of 6,810 square feet. And I'm looking at actually a mailer they sent to the city in 2014 with that size on it, 6,810. And I don't know how to answer that. I'm wondering if it wasn't, that area at the back is, it's a drive-through. And I'm wondering, this is the same company that had the drive-through called leasable area for mistakenly on 2526 Main.
Okay.
I'm just, I might have an answer in a second. I'm going to my standby here, Google Earth, and just doing a quick outside building measurement. Yeah, I think the measurement that we were given included the drive-through cover. So I think we're in error, but I'd have to go out and actually physically measure it. So
So you're accepting of the city's leasable area?
well, yeah, but if I did, then I'd have to reduce my value. And I'm not opposed to that philosophically, but in order to reduce the value, I have to be, as an appraiser, I have to be able to do it with certainty, and I need a measurement. I can't just do it except another person's. If we go the other way and move closer to the city, there's a different standard I have to follow. But in order to put a separate value on it, I got to go and measure it or see the plans. So I can't even answer that question, and I can't change my size.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Knight, do you have questions?
No, I had the same one, so it's all been taken care of already.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Shaver, would you like summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion, market is supported by these comparables that are very similar to the subject property. Overall rent at $24.43 per square foot for whole building. It's very well supported by agent evidence of St. Mary, Portridge, and May. With respect to capitalization rate, our capitalization rate applied to subject property is 6.37%, that inside our 16 percentiles from 5.25 to 6.75. Regarding to leasable area, we assess at 6,336 square feet. It's 1,000 less than subject property owner reported to us. And I still ask you to, based on my evidence, so it's our assessment lower. Based on my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 2,260,000.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schlegel. Mr. Nupa?
I think, yes, so the differences, are, there's a few. Now, I just noticed there's a third measurement on the books as well. If you look on the assessor's work and the return provided by the owner, there's a number of 7,329 square feet. So again, I can't come up with anything myself on that, and to do so would be misleading or inappropriate. So I can't. I have to leave what we have written and try to figure it out later. My gut's telling me that I'm probably right, but I don't know. Maybe there's an exclusion the assessor had on it that I can't find. Regardless, we're using a rent that's a neighbor-derived rent based on not only the other users in the neighborhood, but the rents from banks that and financial institutions that aren't impacted by tenant improvement repayments, as the assessor has been using. We're using real techniques of valuation on the non-recoverables, not ones that were invented for and used by just one group in the entire world. Just the city of Winnipeg does these non-recoverables that way. Never seen it done anywhere else. So again, they don't set the rules. We're all here expressing opinions of value. None of us have the right to set rules. And then the board looks at what we've said and makes their judgment on it. But we're talking about here is a hard rule in valuation on non-recoverables. That if I was to write an appraisal for a non-tax reason, I would be violating standards if I ignored the non-recoverables. We are required to do it. And in regard to the cap rate, it's the same issue all over again. You know, no one seems to get the message. Interest rates went up, cap rates go up. You're going to pick an effective date of April 1st, 2023. You got to live with the conditions then, not on sales that happened 2 years prior when the rates were lower and caps were lower. Things went up on cap rates. They didn't get better. And the assessment department's stuck in this sequential increase frame of mind. Well, we've had some bad years. We've had a decrease year. And lastly, there's the concept of the parking. It has no parking, it has to pay for it. So there are actually 3 ways we can deal with that. Number one, we can adjust the cap rate, which we did. Number 2 is we can deduct the cost of the rent from the income from the NOI, which we chose not to do. We did the other way. It worked out the same. And the third way is to subtract the assessment of the parking from the assessment of the subject property, because the subject property was assessed comparing it to places that had parking. Now, there's a reason we can't do that, is because that particular parking area is part of a larger parcel. We don't have a separate tax for it. We have an allocation that's provided from the landlord. What we did was reasonable. So at some point, something has to be done for that particular land rent. And you'll note that on our evidence page 1 that the 2023 assessment is still under appeal, and that's the reason for it, is the rent from the lack of parking. So it's still open, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newton. We'll move on to item number 6.
Can I request break?
Okay, everybody's good, 5-minute break?
Okay.
5 minutes,
Then
10 minutes.
Okay.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order, please. We are resuming with our docket on number 6. Item number 6, that's file number 24-4110. Ms. Shable, when you're ready, please.
roll number 12080595000. We have Access Credit Union Limited located on 1250 Portridge Avenue. 2025 assessed value for reference day April 1st, 2023 was 996,000. It's bank built in 1955 with land area of 12,274 square feet and gross and leasable area 4,696 square feet. As a photo of street view of subject property on page number 2. The subject property located on northwest part of the city, facing Portridge, irregular shape of land size. On page number 4, more photos. It's located along Portridge Avenue and facing Portridge. And you can see on zoning along the Portridge Avenue, both sides, it's C2 commercial zoning. We assess bank at 4,696 square feet at $16.18 overall. It's very well supported by my comparables on page number 5 down. I use same comparables since when I added a 1085 Ellis Avenue. It's a new building, right? Not new, but it's site 2011. We started in 2001 for 5 years, 4,000 square feet and $32 per square foot. But it's closest lease comparable to the subject property. This 32 should be done with adjustment for age of the building. I have here also 2565 Main, 1366 Henderson, 50. These two comparables, second and third, it's credit unions, but they be released in 2006, 2005. My best comparables on 5036 Region Avenue, lease in 2020, age of building 1993. It's not far from 1985 original subject property. Age, I have another comparables on region for $32. We assess at $16.80 for overall, for main floor for $27 per square foot. It's very well supported by my evidence. For banks across the city, we apply 2% vacancy loss to be consistent, and we apply expenses for not recoverable 3%. Shortfall $8 per square foot for vacant space of 2%, applied to 4696. And our overall capitalization rate 7.45%. It's much higher than our 14%, 16% of the property between 5.25 to 6.75. A major capitalization rate very low, much lower due to age of the building major. So according to my evidence, the April 1st, 2023 reference day market value of subject property is 996,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfield?
Yes, there is included in this report a cost report. Are you relying on that?
Oh, thank you for pointing this. I would like to continue. Thank you very much.
Okay. The assessor has a little more to add.
Yes, I provide cost approach. If you open page number 9. A replacement cost of new building, 1.2 million. Accurate depreciation, we have to take out 793,000, so depreciate cost of building only 391,000. And land value 900,000. To give an estimation, 1.2 million. My point is that land value of subject property 900. If you look on cost approach, it's only 96,000 designated to building. And let's look for land value. On page number 10, I provide 5 comparables. If you see that the neighborhood for subject property 113 Bosley, I try to find very close, my comparables 1, 2, and 3 closest to the subject property in neighborhood. I was looking for C2 community zoning and a size around subject property size around 12,000-13,000 square feet. You can see my first comparables on Portage, the 634 Portage Avenue. Around 35,000 square feet was a sale in 2019 for $75.91. My comparables on 198 Sherbrooke for 12,300 square feet, very close to the subject property, C2 commercial, sold in 2002 for $52.44. My comparables 265 Osborne, around 30,400 square feet, very close to the subject property, same zoning. Sale in 2021 for $84.85. Comparables, it's on 590 St. Anne's, around 20,000 square feet. Same commercial zoning C2, sale in 2021 for $70.60. And my last comparables on 65 Kirk Bridge with area of around 80,000 square feet, sold in 2021, $94.82. And give us mean $75.72 and media $75.91. On page number 1, you can see land valuation, second table. We assess subject property at $73.34. It's 12,274 square feet. So just land value of subject property 900,000. Based of my both comparables, our assessment of 996,000. It's fair and should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newfield?
Okay, so my question was, are you relying on the valuation from the cost approach?
Yes, I relied on both approach.
Okay, I'll start there. Can you give me the, I take it this came from Marshall and Swift? Your costing?
Cost approach, use Marshall Swift.
Okay, do you have that breakdown in your report somewhere?
No. Right now, I more showed how much land cost of this build, this property, 900,000.
yeah,
Very well
just-
supported by my evidence, and we assess.
You stick to the
reference
questions, we'll
criteria.
get through this quicker. Do you know what code you used in Marshall and Swift for banks? I'm looking at it right now. I've got 304 and for a branch, and then I've got a central office one. Do you recall which one you used?
For bank, according to our assessment fee for the improvements, we allocate only 98,000.
What,
Most of the cost of
Mr.
land,
Mr. Neufeld asked you if you knew which code you were relying on.
no,
and your classification on it, was this as stated here, wood or class D?
I don't know. If you want to look for building, let's open page number 9. Building construction.
Right,
It's a
D.
wood or steel
D.
frame exterior wall, built in 1985. Basement area 2,138 square feet. Plant area 2,558 square feet. Gross floor area 4,696 square feet. It's one-story building with wall height 11 square feet.
Yeah, the
And
question was, do you know, just to clarify,
67%.
you can say all this you want, but I'm just asking a question here. Does the D mean you're using class D, Marshall and Swift?
I don't know this part. I just present what exists for me.
Do you know what the
Proposed
rate
approach.
was per square foot for the upper level?
I don't have this information.
What was the class you put on the basement space?
I don't know.
Well, was it finished or unfinished?
In my case, I assess improvements for our assessment today of improvements 98,000 only. 900,000 square feet land value. It's very well supported by my evidence.
Have you done many cost approaches in your career?
I presented land value, that it's what most of property value right now.
I'm getting the idea that you're not very familiar with the Marshall and Swift system. Did you actually do this yourself, or did you have somebody do it for you?
It is cost brief. It's provided for me.
Okay. The land sale comparables, at what stage, do you know where these were in their stage of approval for variances on these sales?
In 2020, let's look on my photo of my comparables. We talk about land. We open page 25. It's 634 Portage Avenue. It was sale as vacant land, is a irregular shape of land. On page 26, it's sold during sale. It was vacant land. Today we have improvements. We can see second photo, it's improvements on top of this land. On page 27, 265 Osborne Street. On top page, it's during the sale. We have reduced for demolition cost because it was small improvements. Right now, it's under construction. It's a vacant lot. On page 28, 250 St. Anne's. It was small improvements. Upper photo, it showed some improvements. Right now, brand new building. On second photo. On 65 Kirk Bridge, we have empty vacant space, empty lot. During sale in today, it's some parking area.
Again, that's not what I'm asking, and we're wasting time. Do all of your sales, were they all eventually built with apartments on them or planned to be with apartments?
I can repeat myself. You can see that
I just want to know if you know what the future use was.
654, it's still vacant as land. On 198 Sherbrooke, we have building improvements on top. 265 under construction right now. And 590 St. Anne, we have improvements, brand new improvements on top.
They're all destined to be apartment blocks, are they not?
During sale, it was C2 convention zoning.
Well, let's just look at one and maybe we can clarify where I'm going with this. 634 Portage. Do you know when in the civic approval process the sale went through? Was it before or after they got a variance to build 190 square feet per unit, which was a double the permissible density? Do you know?
34 Portage Avenue was sold in 2019, and first photo on top showed it was vacant land.
So you did not investigate the civic approval process and the variance that they got for.
And moment on sale, it was vacant land. What I looking for, see commercial vacant land sale close to the subject property.
Mr. Neufeld, I think the answer is no.
Okay, I'm waiting for someone to tell me. Aren't you aware that when you're evaluating that land for apartment development, that you should be using the rate per permissible unit that is built on it?
Subject property, all my land sales, commercial zoning, during sale.
Are
Looking
all
for
of your
how
comparables-
land of subject property will cost on the market? It will be cost at least $75 per square foot.
all of your comparables were purchased for the purpose of putting multifamily land on, and most all of them had variances for improved density. Are you valuing the subject property on the basis that it's going to be an apartment block or a credit union?
I value like it's commercial zoning, it's and use no, it can be different zoning allowed. Let's open page number 4 for C2 commercial community. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial size that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. These districts intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support the surrounding neighborhood and broader community.
What is your experience with land development?
I was looking for vacant land similar to the subject property. We don't.
I
have
asked land
something-
development. Have you ever been involved in a land
I
development
don't
project?
I showed only vacant land, how much market for vacant land of subject property C2 commercial zoning.
6, 12, 0. How many vacant land analysis have you done for development?
No answer.
Okay. Moving back to the income approach. So one more question on the cost approach. Did you use reproduction or replacement?
On page number 9, replacement cost new building, 1.2 million.
Right. So now, do you understand what replacement cost is, what you're supposed to do on replacement cost? That you don't rebuild it as it is, but you rebuild it with the same utility. So my question
The
is,
utility with new construction material, correct?
no, it's more than that.
Technologies.
My question is, if you were rebuilding this banking institution today, would you put a basement under it?
I will be put building 1.2 million.
Would you put a basement under it? Do you know the answer to the question?
I don't have answer.
Okay.
It's the I possible will put basement because you need to put mechanical room somewhere. If you don't have basement, you will be use main floor area, and we have only 12,000 square feet of land. So possible it will be basement there.
And
This large room.
have you been
facilities.
involved in any projects of new construction of a similar
It's not
facility?
part of my assessment in my duties.
Okay. Have you reviewed some of the case law in regard to reproduction versus replacement? Like, for example, the last one that I
no
remember
answer.
that the board was on One Falcon Ridge personal care home. Did you review
For
that case?
subject property specific, we allocate for improvements only less than 100,000. It's not relevant, these questions.
Okay, so
By the end
you-
of the land value 900,000 square feet and we assess less as 1 million. It's fair.
Okay, Mr. Newfeld, you said you had questions on the income approach?
Yes, I was getting there. I just thought of that last one. So the questions are essentially the same as asked before on the rents and the range chosen. New question here for you. You put value on the basement. Did you bring any rents to support that?
I support overall rent $16.80 for whole building.
Well, do any of your rents comparables have basements then?
No, I didn't support it.
Okay.
If basement not exist, it will be part of main floor. It will be cost altogether $16.80.
Does the subject have a drive-through?
Subject property face Portridge, on corner of Portridge and which street?
Does it have a drive-through?
It has access from the Portridge.
Does it
And
have a
also has,
drive-through
They
teller?
have access from back lane, from Portridge and both
Does it
road.
have a
to
drive-through
Portridge.
automatic ATM on it? You'd stay in your car and pull money out of the bank?
We didn't assess ATM separate.
Does it have one?
Exist here.
Ms. Shable, are you aware whether or not there's a drive-through ATM?
We don't have ATM. Usually we have special premise for ATM.
And
It's not part of assessment.
do your comparables have drive-throughs?
My comparables stay along banks. 1085 Ellis Avenue. Let's look at my comparables.
Do they have a drive-through? Can we
I
just,
have to
or
look
else
at-
we'll be
I
here
cannot
forever?
memorize it. I need to check.
Okay,
Comparables number 1 doesn't have, I don't see it. 25, 2567. I don't see that. Comparables on 18, 1366 Henderson. I don't see drive-through. So it's most of my comparables doesn't have drive-through like subject property.
And you're judging this on the aerial photographs that you
Yes,
provided?
in a street photo.
Okay, well, for example, 1366 Henderson clearly has one. You can see the lane. I am looking at these too, but you don't know, you didn't know when you prepared this. You're only looking at this right now, correct?
Because right now, let's look on page number 18. We have on top, we have air photo of subject property in a lane on page, on same page on bottom line. We can see, yes, they have a drive, but I don't see any ATM there. It's not just driving around the building. Because if you can see this property connected with another retail property in their parking lot connected, they can drive through.
Do any of your comparables have basements? I think I asked this before. Do they actually have any of them have a basement?
I didn't know. I didn't check. Comparables what they built. 1 second.
Oh, on page,
It is 2011. I don't know about basement.
okay, that's fine. On page 7, I forgot to ask this question earlier. On your suburban rents, why, your cap rates, I should say, why are the city's rates so much lower than the rates provided by realtors?
It's what our data supported by owner, provided to us, showed.
Well, how many banks, offices, how many offices, OFS buildings have the city
I don't have answer.
sold themselves?
I don't have answer.
Well, it'd be zero. So, well, why would you think the city would know more than the professionals who sell these for a living?
It's a statistical data for all properties sale across the city. 60% of this property showed range between 5.25 to 6.75. It's statistical crunch number.
Well, my brokers that I talk to are insulted. They're telling me that the city's telling them that the city knows more what a cap rate is than they do, people who sell. What do you have to say to that?
Mr. Newfeld, I don't think the assessor can respond to that question.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
I know, but I had to say it. Okay, I'm done.
Are you done now?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Ms. Knight, do you have questions for the assessor? Oh, you're on mute.
Just one question. The assessor said that there was no drive-throughs on any of her properties that she used as in comparison. The one on Henderson Highway at Springfield, does that have a drive-through or not?
Let's look on photos.
1366 Henderson Highway, does that have a drive-through or not?
I don't see it. On photo, I don't see it.
Okay, well, I do know that it does, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's my only information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions. They've been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Newfeld? You're on mute.
Yeah, no, I deliberately, because
Okay.
I don't want you to hear what I'm saying. So 1250 Portage, I'm gonna just stick with the differences that hopefully. This building has two obsolete issues which diminish it in the minds of the operators. And you know, we've had very good discussions with them over the years, and they know that there's problems with the building. The first one is the lack of a drive-through, and if you look at the picture on page 1, the lack of a place to put a drive-through. That's the major issue. So, you know, in the banking business, everybody's got to have a drive-through, and it's you know, it's almost like Tim Hortons. If you don't have a drive-through, you don't have any business. Now, I'm looking at these buildings as I'm going along. I'm going to throw out a couple of remarks. I'm looking at 1085 Ellis, and I'm looking at their drive-through. It's on the other side of it. All these places have drive-throughs because that's the way they're being built. The subject can't put one in. They would love to put one in. So that's the number one issue that we're looking at in these. The second, it isn't a detriment to the operation, but it's certainly a red herring on the value, is the basement. This building was built in 1985, and that was before anybody ever figured that there would be the amount of data one could store in an electronic register. Back then, everything was paper. And if you remember, some of us can remember going to banks and the paper, and if they needed something from you, they'd go to their file and they would dig out the paper file. They'd have your signature cards on file, and or your statements, or the records of all of them would be on file. And then they had what's called checks, which nobody knows what they are anymore, but people wrote checks. If we had more time, I'd tell you the funny thing I tried to write one the other day. But they kept the checks. First they get sent, and the credit unions had Credit Union Central at 317 Donald. They would send them there manually to clear, and then they would send them back to the branch for storage, and they stored them. As filing systems became digitized, they disposed of all of that. So all the old documents they had to keep went into long-term storage. That basement and you can see pictures of it. It used to be full of paper records and they needed it. Now they don't need it for anything. The last time I was there, it was Christmas decoration storage. And you'll see some pictures in our report from, actually that was my daughter was doing the appraisal on this, and she had pictures of it, and that's on the bottom of page 6. So it's some leftover office furnitures and a little table for people to have their lunch at. That is not leasable space. That's accessory space. Now you're going to ask, okay, if I don't think it's worth anything, why'd you put it in the value? It's really simple. I got tired of arguing with the assessor about the value, and I'm going to show you what a devious person I really am. If you took out the rent on the basement and the space, the value would be higher. The value would be higher. Yes. The reason why? Because if you have the larger space at a low rent, you put on a vacancy and a shortfall and all the other costs and deductions from income, you actually decrease the overall value. There's a break-even point on the rent that you charge where it works. So I mean, I'm just messing around, but if you look what the assessor did, they did the same thing. So adding it doesn't increase the value on the math side of it. And of course, it depends on how much vacancy rate you put on it, as well as the size of your shortfall. But we just got really tired of the argument and put it in just to prove a point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't ever improve the value. And no one's storing stuff on site anymore. It's more convenient to store it digitally. So for example, you can go into a different branch and they can dig up your files on the main drive. And you don't have to go to your own branch, so you can dig in the basement for that missing statement you need, or you can get it online, of course. And that's an obsolescence. So I was asking the assessor questions about construction. You would never put a basement in a new site, and none of those other sites, newer ones, have basements because there's no need for it anymore. Your services come through a heated standpipe that goes down 6 feet below ground to the connection, and that's the only thing you need in Winnipeg is the service connection to keep it to make sure it's heated until it gets below the frost line, and then you don't have to carry all that empty space, and it's cheaper. Slab's cheaper than pouring a basement. And it is an obsolete space. So essentially, this is a break-even nothing number in my report. We're using $21 a foot on the main area, and it's Portage Avenue, probably one of the highest traffic counts in the city of Winnipeg, but none of the traffic stops. This is going through traffic, transient traffic, and if you look at car counts to try to determine value, that's only specific to a couple of businesses, such as drive-through restaurants, impulse decisions. Banking isn't an impulse decision. It's a destination orientation, as are most all office uses. So as far as the size of the area, this is probably one of the worst areas for the users around, because you have a river to about a mile to the south, which cuts off a large part of the population you could service, and then to the north you get into the mixed use area with the industrial on Erin and Wall, and then you hit Notre Dame, and then it's all industrial. So it's not like we've seen the demographics on the sites, and this site is one of the lowest in terms of median income of families, issues like that. The funny thing is this is the greatest place in the world for a used car business, because the people who live here are more apt to buy a used car. Oh, it's just a fact. It's not an insult. And a service garage to fix that used car. And that's why people do the demographic studies. So they're not getting like a high amount of people who want to open RRSPs and save, because that's not the demographics of the neighborhood. That's the business issue. Who cares? We're looking at the real estate, so it's not the greatest location for that. And I think in this case, I would probably not have used anywhere close to a bank rent. I would have used the retail down the street, and most of them are around $14-15. And a check cashing facility. That's what you want to open here, because unfortunately, that's what the neighborhood likes. But I'm not changing anything. It's $21 a foot, and the basement is irrelevant on the calculations. However, we did put in some basement rents, just to be fair, that the $4, those basement rents we put in, though, on page 3 are all for legally rentable space. This basement is not. It's not separately demised. It has no services. It doesn't have adequate power distribution. It has no water distribution. And you have to have all that in place in order to get an occupancy permit. So that won't happen. And those are the factors that differ. Other than that, the cap rate issues are similar to what we've already spoken to. The concern, this again would be not one of the best sites after the amalgamation, but it's actually one of the few sites where there aren't a lot of competitors in the area, which is a telling remark in itself. So that's why it's open, is because it is filling a hole. That's just an insight into working on them. We've forever been debating with the assessor on this. It's always under appeal. We resolved the issue from 2020 recently, and we're still working on 2023. And it's a question of treating it as if it were a bank when it's just a credit union, a glorified check cashing facility, and the basement provides no value to it. And as the cap rate goes, the cap rate is again based on the concept of anticipation, which means what's the upside? And really, there is no upside. It'll eventually become a retail usage, which generates lower rent. That's called downside. And again, interest rates went up. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, do you have questions?
Yes, please. Page 3, bank rents. You presented several comparables. List started 2016, 2019. It's represent 2023 assessed years, correct? Previous assessment comparables.
As I mentioned, and I didn't even look at this, I was shooting off my mouth. We have office rent comparables on page 4. And these are just small offices with no real class to them. And these are all in the neighborhood. So I was using, I think personally, I would have favored using one of the rents from this table, some of the more recent ones. And I answered this question earlier in regard to the revenue growth. The revenue growth in retail office ended in 2020. It's just been down after that. It's gone the other way. So there's nothing wrong with using the older rents in that, as long as you know they're clean.
Yes, so your rents, for example, rents for 1639 St. Mary in 2018 was $24 per square foot. From your previous property, previous assessment properties, you have same lease in 2023 to $27 per square foot. You would agree that lease increase from between 2018 and 2023 from $24 to $27, correct?
No, it's what I just said, the opposite of that. We have a different methodology of looking at rents, and it isn't just statistically look at some numbers and throw on an average. It's to look for quality and look for comparability and look at trends. It is a science. It is not an art. But the selection of the rent, I didn't select this rent. I'm here to support it. I personally would never have gone this high. I would have, there's a strip mall just down the street that's getting $15 for a check cashing facility. That's the one I would have put on it, and it's a rent from 21 or 22. I can't bring that into evidence because I didn't prepare this, but I'm not changing anything right now.
And your base rent, basement rent comparables, youngest rent 2017, it will be represent 2020 assessed years, correct?
The reason that they're older is because you can't get an occupancy permit anymore. These rents were done and the occupancy continued onwards as a legal non-conforming usage. The building code changed, and specifically the city of Winnipeg changed their approach to occupancy permits. So whenever you take out any sort of a permit for a change, even an electrical change where your contractor now has to go out and get a permit for it, you trigger code review. And when you trigger code review, they look at these basements and say, can't use those for occupancy anymore. That's why these are older. So the only newer ones that are still in existence are 2025 Corridon and 1512 Regent. And I think 693 Taylor is still in effect. I don't have the more current number, but I don't think it's changed. I'm pretty sure it hasn't changed the number. Oh, and the bowling alley is still in there. That's actually a current rent. That's 614 Dismiron. But that's the risk of a basement rent, is that you're more than likely going to find out that it wouldn't get approved for occupancy. So in the world of appraisal, that's why I could never have written this report, because as an accredited appraiser, I would never put in the rent in the basement, because that would be misleading. That would be telling people it's rentable. And we don't put in unrentable space. Now we can call it a contribution to overall value for storage, but you know, our standards are pretty clear on that, and the same standards apply to real estate brokers. So I didn't. This was a joke.
Your first four comparables and Corridon, Regent, Taylor, Archibald between $4 and $5 per square foot have to upward adjustment to 2023 assessed years, correct?
No, like for example, Archibald, that's Gateway Construction's basement, and they made some changes. They had some space rented to the Knights of Columbus, and then they took it back for Signature Homes, and then they closed that and they rented it back out. I think an accountant's in there. It's just get some cash in there. It's not investment grade. That one's a legal occupancy. I've forgotten about that one, and that's current. Very familiar with the site.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, do you have questions?
Thank you. My question relates to the vacancy that you've applied to your proposal, Mr. Neufeld, of 11.25. So that's just about a percentage higher than the previous properties that we looked at.
Yes.
You had them at 10.3 and this at 11.25. So just if you can explain to me why it would be, you'd be looking at a higher vacancy rate for this.
You know, I would tend to disagree with the higher vacancy rate. I see what happened there is, I was telling you earlier about blending. So the person who did this blended in the downtown rate, which was higher, and that's 11.1. June 11.1. That's not even the right number. Oh, wait a second, that's miscellaneous. Okay. I think they did it based on their belief that this was close enough to downtown to be impacted by it. So no, I would disagree.
You'd disagree? You'd say you'd be proposing the 10.3 that you used in.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and thank you for that. And in regards to the non-recoverables, you've applied 5%. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Knight?
If you're using the 10.3, then what does that make your total to be now?
You're gonna make me do math here. Okay, I'll
I'm
get
sorry.
that. No, it's fine. I knew that was coming. Uh, so I'll have that in a sec. So that was changing it to 10.3. I'm getting heckling, by the way. I had somebody listening on this, and now I'm being heckled.
I'm not trying to heckle you, but I just want to
Oh
know.
no,
what
not
you're-
you. There's an audience out there.
Oh, God. Sorry you're being listened to.
It's actually you know, if we can all keep the attention to laughing at this stuff instead of taking it too seriously, it could be fun. Okay, I got it here. I'm changing it to 10.3.
Mhm.
That increases my NOI to 47,694. And this is since I'm changing this, there's no such thing as an 8.62%. Just make that 8.5%. And that brings my value to 561,000.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if I hypothetically deleted the rent on the basement, yeah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, there's something strange here I just noticed. Oh, I see. This is all an interconnected spreadsheet. Yeah, no, I just did my little theoretical thing to take out the basement rent, and it doesn't change the value because it
Okay,
decreases
and-
all the expenses. Yes. So
and Madam Chair, can we ask, because he put in his presentation about the 2023 reassessment, can we ask how that went, or we can't ask that question?
We're dealing with this assessment.
Okay.
Now, so-
oh, it's in case
Don't tell
management.
me, don't
No,
tell
it's
me.
nothing's happening. That's what I can
Okay.
tell you. It's
Oh,
in
it's
case
in-
management. It's
Okay.
It's at the
hasn't been-
municipal court.
yeah.
It's in reassessment, you don't have an answer yet.
You know, like we have I think we're up to the 2020 years for resolution at the municipal board.
Okay,
Um,
Okay.
we'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Anything further? Mr. Neufeld, you have changed your vacancy and changed the cap rate to 8.5. And
Yes.
that goes to 561,000.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Summation, Cheryl?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence, determine the best conclusion of the market value. My opinion of market is supported by income approach and cost approach. And evidence shows that just vacant land value of subject property C2 commercial at $75 per square foot equals $900,000 just vacant land cost. So based on my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 assessment of 996,000 should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, thank you. I think that this property demonstrates one of the greatest breaks in cohesiveness of assessment department modeling. And what I say about it, and I tell you the negatives about it, that's my job. But these are based on actually being in the site, and I've worked for them for 20 years now, and knowing this building, being in the building, and then of course working in a big brokerage firm where we sell these buildings. So we have a disconnect here with the model, and it happens all the time. And there's certain properties in the city where where we're close and it's minor things, but you know, anything related to office, we're going to be very, very far apart because the market tanked, and the assessment department model is stuck on the increase button. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 6. Item number 7, when you're ready, Michelle.
File number 24-4111, roll number 07-569-093300. It's Assessed Credit Unit Limited located on 3161 Portage Avenue. Reassessed 2025 assessment for reference date April 1st, 2023, $2,838,000. The subject property is bank, 2-floor building built in 2010. Has land area of 45,592 square feet, with plan area 3,800. Gross floor area leasable area 5,200. On page number 33, subject property, street view and air photo view. Subject property located on corner of Portage Avenue and Greenway Crescent. It's on page number 4, more air photos. It's located northwest or side part of city of Winnipeg, and located in C3 commercial zoning. First, if you can see on photo number 4, so left down corner, the subject property occupied half of properties. It has improvements and parking lot. Also, it has 50% of vacant land. We assess this vacant land separate. If you look on page number 7, we put additional land value of 723,000. Let's look on land value first. The subject property has together for over 45,000 square feet. So my comparables was not more as that. My first comparables on 380 Osborne, C2 commercial zoning, was sold in 2018 for $79.99. Comparables number 2, 174 Provincia, was C2 16,000 square feet, was sold in 2018 and $53.67. Comparables number 3, 175 Saint-Anne, was sold around 24,000 square feet, C2 commercial at $53.58. My comparables number 4, 634 Portage Avenue, around area around 35,000 square feet, C2 commercial, sold for $25.91. Comparables number 5, 198 Sherbrooke, around 12,000 square feet, sold in 2020 for $52.44. I find one comparable in Portage. It's residential family, multi-use. It's sold 43,000, like subject property, whole property, for $48.61. For purpose of this assessment, we assess as 33% of the property, additional land at $48.23. Let's come to income approach. We assess 502,000 square feet at $26.91. It's very well supported by my comparables on 1877 Portage, 3469 Portage Avenue, 3647 Portage, 3247 Portage, 3260 Portage. I have building from 2001 and oldest 1963 built. Subject property built in 2010. On my rent between 2017 2022 between $29 for $35 per square foot. We assess less as $27 per square foot. It's fair and very well supported. For banks, standalone banks, we apply 2% vacancy loss, 3% not recoverable expenses, in shortfall $8 per square foot to be consistent across whole city. For subject property, we apply 6.25% capitalization rate. It gives us capitalization value 2.1 million. We put additional land value 723,000. Will give us assessed value of 2,838,000. That it should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newfeld, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. On page, I'm just, first one I just noticed here, on page 6, column 6, influences. What does AA mean?
Could you repeat questions?
Page 6, column 6, land influence. What does AA mean?
I don't have questions. I don't have answer. No.
Does it mean Assiniboine adjacent because it's on the river?
Let's look on page. So my evidence. Yes, if you open page 29, it's 2149 today. It's already constructed. It's yes, it's between Portridge and River. It was sold as vacant land in 2022 for $48.61, but it was sold like multi-family building. And model generates same amount for our adjacent land.
The rest of these properties, I believe, we've spoken to some of them before, but these were all developed with apartments or planned to be developed with apartments. Is that not correct?
Let's look on page 24. My first comparable 380 Osborne. It was developments on during sale, but second photo showed existing new improvements on top of this property. On page number 25, it was sale like vacant parking lot. Right now it's under construction. On page 26, it was sold 175 and 10 was sold like vacant land. Today we have construction, improvements on top of it. On page 27.
Yes, but my question was, do you know what the improvements are? Are they all apartment blocks?
It's improvements. I know that I sell as commercial C2 during sale. And commercial C2 allowed a lot of stuff.
And the same question I asked.
Subject property, it's S3 corridor, peace district and 10 primary for use that provide commercial goods and service to residents of community in areas that are developed on automobile access and exposed to heavy automobile traffic, but not including regional shopping mall or regional shopping area. Those commercial uses are subject for frequent view of the public and visitors to Winnipeg, and they should provide an attractive appearance with landscaping, sufficient parking, and controlling parking traffic movements. My comparables, all commercial zoning sale close to the subject property size. What built, it's a lot of allowed to build after sale. At the moment of sale, it's sale as vacant land.
Okay, I'll make this simpler. I'm putting to you that they're all being developed for apartments. Do you disagree?
It's not relevant for today assessment
Do you
of
disagree?
no answer.
Okay. And same question as before, did you research the variance and conditional use changes that were approved?
During sale, it's for C2 commercial, what I was looking for.
At any point, did you research the restrictions on usage?
It's
on the
not
sub-
relevant for today assessment.
Can we listen to Mr. Newfeld's question, please? Mr. Newfeld?
At any point, did you review the title restrictions on the subject property?
It's not affect my today assessment.
Pardon me? Sorry, I didn't catch the answer.
Yes, it was sold like vacant land. Today is a half improvements.
No, title restrictions, easements, caveats, did you check those?
It's not relevant. I don't build anything on such a property yet.
Did you, is that a no? You didn't look it up?
No, it's not
Okay.
relevant for my today assessment.
On your page 4, the picture bottom left, do those orange lines represent the lot lines?
On page 4, orange line, it says subject side.
Okay. And those orange lines represent the boundaries, is that correct?
Correct, fair view.
So this piece of land that's immediately west of the building, and do you see that it covers half of the approach on the south side?
It's best photo for subject property on page number 3. We can see that 1/3 of the property vacant land on the north.
I'm just, the
1/3
approach
of
from Portage
parking lot
Avenue.
and 1/3 of improvements.
Who's parking on that strip of land on the west side? Do you know?
I didn't look into,
Okay.
but it's commercial C zoning. If you look on page number, no, on page number 5, it's a C3 commercial corridor.
Did you research,
Property.
did you research any attempt by the owner to sell or develop the land?
I don't have answer.
And so your opinion of value came through at 48.23 a square foot. What was the size of your area? 45,000 square feet?
You can see that comparables on page number
Right.
6.
Can you tell
on
me
orders
where?
For $48.61, and we assess 33% of parking or of size lot at $48.23 per square foot. It's well very supported by my evidence.
Where is this land, this 45,000 square feet located?
Which one? Can you repeat the question, please, Mr.
The,
Newfeld?
the assessors identified excess land area of 45,000, not 592 square feet. I would like to know where it's located on the lot.
If you look on page number 3, north part, 33% of property, subject property, green land. And we assess it's $48.23. That give us 723 additional land value to the income approach.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm just gonna, now, the land, That's the total area. So you've identified how much is excess then? Maybe I missed it here. Where does it say how much you've identified as being additional?
On page number 7, bottom table, 100% of land, 45,192. We
My-
allocate
my mistake.
33% of the property at $48.23. That give 723,000.
Would it be safe to assume that any land you may have identified as additional would be on Greenway Crescent frontage?
It's showed additional land value to cost approach.
Well, no, I mean, if you're gonna have land and say it's developable, I would like to know what street it's gonna be on. It's gonna be on Greenway? There's no room on Portage, is there?
We assess additional land.
You say there is, okay.
We don't build anything yet. It's
And-
very well supported by my evidence,
And where will the
my
approach,
comparables number 6 showed $48.61.
Was asking about where the frontage would be of the excess land.
I don't know.
and have you applied for an approach permit?
I don't have answer.
Well, I'm just asking you reasonable steps that when someone says land can be developed, I want to know if they've been undertaken in their study.
If you look
You
on
di-
page
you
number
didn't-
3,
You didn't do it then, did you?
if you look on page number 3, subject property adjacent to retail area between School Drive and Greenway Crescent. It can be any standalone building on this part, like we see on adjacent property, 2 building facing Portage, 1 building and 2 building behind. But they have similar full access through parking area.
Are you aware of the settlements that the city has made with us, different assessors have made with us in regard to
I
the
don't
value of
have
the
that.
excess land?
I don't have answer.
Okay. Moving to the building, sorry, I have to get the right page. You're using 5,200 square feet, so that means you're adding 1,400 square feet on the upper level, is that correct?
It's overall 52,000 square feet, 100 square feet.
So this includes first floor space and second floor space, is that correct?
Right?
Have you been to the second floor?
It's part of bank, it's owner occupied.
Have you been to the second floor?
No,
So you're not aware that it's storage space and a lunchroom then? Would you put the same rent as storage space as you
every
would?
bank has storage space and lunchroom and toilets. It's part of bank. And we
But you have-
assess leasable area and gross area 5,200 for all bank accounts.
But you haven't seen it, so you don't know that for sure though, do you?
It should be a very nice developed because it's built in 2010, modern building.
Did you base your decision on the rent value on the plans that are in the city's files?
I support model generated $28.91. And I would like to point that just vacant land, just land of subject property over 2 million. And we assess 2,800,000, 2.8 million.
I'm asking, did you look at the plans in the city's files to determine your value? Do you know that they exist?
I defend model generated value of subject property.
Did you
That's a
review
no.
the
That's a
assessment?
no, Mr. Neufeld.
I'm just going over some old ground that should have been resolved years ago. Did you review the assessment file on this property and the map and the plans in it?
I reviewed model generated
Okay.
data and support all numbers supported in my evidence.
I had a question on a couple of the rents. I'm looking at number one called the bank rent comparable, 1877 Portage. I wasn't able to find that. What type of bank is that?
Let's going through. Please open page 17. My first comparables, 1877 Portage has bank and parking lot facing Portage. My comparables on page 18.
You just point out on page 17 which building it is?
1877. We have to open page 18. And we have two buildings, 1885 and 1877 on east side of the property.
Right, 1877 in your picture appears to be a Tim Hortons. Do you think you might be
Today it's
mistaken?
size, 1 second. Size January 1st, 2025. It's 22, it's bank inside, it's redeveloped.
That is your evidence that it was redeveloped?
Yes, it's bank now today. It's lease signed in January 1st,
Which,
2025.
what's the bank?
I don't have in front of me.
Okay, just, sorry, I was just, looking at your city website here. And the city website is dated, shows a picture of Tim Hortons, dated 2024.
I went for income expenses mailer for 1877. They have bank
Okay.
from January 1st, 2022, rent for $13 per square foot of 2,300. I confident in it. I checked. I am an expert witness, and I say it's bank today.
Okay, well, those were the only new questions I had. I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newton. Ms. Anderson, do you have questions for the assessor? Oh, you're on mute.
I apologize for that. Just in regards to your rent comparables, the comparables that you have, the 5 comparables, they're all higher than the rent that you've applied to this property. Just wondering if you can advise that.
Correct, and that's why this rent very well supported our assessment at $27 per square foot. It's fair.
But the comparables that you've provided, the median is $33, and all the comparables are right, like in that neighborhood. I see that Sturgeon Creek, Westwood, Crestview, they're all like $33. 2902 is the lowest one, and your rent is $26.91. So I'm trying to understand where that comes from. It's just the model picks it out.
That model picked lowest range for bank. According to my comparables, it's fair and should be confirmed.
Okay, so the one comparable I look at, like number 4, 3247 Portage Avenue is 5,385 square feet. It's at 2902, like it's still higher. Like I'm just trying to understand at what point does the model pick a different number? Like is there between certain square footages?
Square footages, location, it's a lot of factor involved variables when model generate this number.
Okay, So when you
But
look
it's
at,
supported by my evidence, if it will be higher, it's probably overshooting, but in our case with undervalue, it's just low range of assessment.
okay, so it's the low range of assessment. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions in regards to this property. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Knight?
Just back to that, unit that was on Ferry Road. You're sure that's not a Tim Hortons?
I went I checked in Comex Benefits Mailer. It's a bank today there.
And when did it change from Tim Hortons to a bank?
We have rent size 2022.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question also, just looking at the rents. I noticed that, like Ms. Anderson pointed out, there, it is lower than your bank rent comparables. The subject property is a credit union. The comparables, especially number 4, is a bank. Now, is there a difference between your code B and K? Does that also include credit unions or?
Yeah, I was looking in that. In our case, bank and credit union in same code.
Okay,
I was mistaken in previous briefs.
okay, so bank also includes credit unions?
Yes.
There would be no difference in terms
No,
of?
no difference.
Okay, so one wouldn't be considered
Yeah, I
superior
was
to
looking
another?
to specific after first
Okay.
day.
All right, with respect to that excess land, is this the typical practice of the city year over year to do it, value it this way?
Correct.
So you take the whole of the property, you look at land sales, and you've determined through your machinations which part is excess.
Yes, because we try to support a cost approach and income approach. If you look on page number 7, just cost of land 2.2 millions of this property. So we still use income approach, but we have to bring to cost value as well. And you can see it clear for the picture on page number 3. Third of properties, vacant land, green grass today. It's a future development.
And do you know if the,
I don't know this
have
answer.
they ever tried to sell this separately?
I don't know.
You don't know that. Hey, I'm sure we'll be hearing more about this from Mr. Neufeld, so I'll leave my questions there. Thank you, Ms. Sheba.
Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Firstly, the issue of the land value has been one of these long-standing annoying debates. The bottom line is that it's impacted by right-of-ways and easements. And this has been the problem from the beginning. So if you look at my picture, page 1, that entire parking row on the west side of the property is controlled by Superstore. They get to use it. Credit union owns it, but the easement grants them full parking rights to it. So credit union cannot use it. Then there's also an easement. The approach off Greenway Crescent, the Superstore has control of that as an easement, so they have the right to go across there because they bought this land. This was the old Dodge dealership, Westport Chrysler, and when it was chopped up, or was it the school? Yeah, I've forgotten. I used to live on Greenway Crescent, but that was a long time ago. When they chopped it up, Superstore got the control, and so the credit union bought the sliver under the conditions that they would give some of it back to use to Superstore, both permanently and for the easement purposes. So as a result, the actual buildable area that someone might consider might be the grassy part in the back. And if you measure that, it's about 10,000 square feet. But there are other problems with that because it's not going to get its own approach. So its approach would then have to come through the bank or through Superstore, which means getting legal permission from both of them to do your approach. So it's very problematic. So it'll never be a separate use. Now, since I was first involved with this, which would have been as it was being constructed, they have put the land on the market with a variety of different brokers. And what they wanted to do was just develop it. So to put a small strip there, they could have some shared parking. And it's been available in the market. If you look up, you'll find the flyers for it. It's land for development. The problem why they haven't got a single taker is they don't have frontage land to offer. So in order to develop, you need to generate adequate income from the rent. And the people who you want to rent it to want portage frontage. They don't want greenway crescent frontage. So it drives the bid rent down and doesn't make it worthwhile to develop. It just never gets past the expected rent stage. You need a certain rent to justify the cost of doing the project. And so it's never happened. And if and when it happens, so one of the things about excess surplus land is somebody has to prove it can be done. And this is all we've done is prove it can't be done. So for years we've had this debate on what it's worth, and you've got the decision in this for the 20. What year is this? I know you're not gonna. Don't have to look at previous ones. This isn't about the number, the value. This is about the process. So on my page 3. We have the reduction that was, and this is at surplus land at $50,000. This is what the agreement was on it. There's another one, and it's in the rebuttal material for the prior year, which was a board order at 75,000. And you know, it isn't about the number. It's in that neighborhood. It's worth something, but it hasn't been proven. And the entire easement is in the rebuttal information because the assessor didn't research it, but yet it's been given to them every year for the past 14 years. We had provided it to them and said, there is no value to this. So we're open to the point of adding some value for this particular land, but it's a nominal amount. It's not developable on its own. The other issue with this property is, and the way our evaluation was done is not correct, but I'm not going to change it because, starting at page 6 is our pictures. So the first is the first picture is the teller area, and it doesn't look like a bank to me, but okay. And then at the bottom of page 6 is the storage area on the main floor. Then on page 7 is the lunchroom on the second floor. And the next picture of the boxes is the storage room on the second floor. You'll note unfinished everywhere, unfinished ceiling. It's a shelving area. That picture was so good, we put it in twice on page 8. Bottom of page 8 is another view of it, and this is sideways, so you have to tilt it. You can see there's the roof access ladder, and it just shows you the construction. It's not finished space. So personally, I would have gone a little bit higher on the main floor rent and lower on the second floor rent. It does have access to it. It's not separately demisable. There is a separate restroom up there, so it does have some value. We're not going to dispute that. It's just it's not finished office space, much not finished bank space. It's just general space. My thinking on this is we should probably go a touch higher on the main floor rent, and lower on the second floor. One of the assessor's comps, it's in error. It's too high because we have appealed this property before, but the one on Portage Avenue that she brought up, it's actually at $28 a foot, not $29.02. It's 28. and this is the Bank of Nova Scotia that one of my clients manages. So we've been in and out of working on that one for a long time. And we know that's been, the deal was made without tenant improvements. I'm not going to dispute that one, and it's close by. However, the other one that's close by that we looked at was Cambrian. And that picture is, I believe it's, I have to find it here. Well, we report it in our rent table on page 5, 3421 Portage, very new lease at 2450. So I think this is superior to the Cambrian building. Nice architecturally. Now, I was asking the assessor questions about plans, and this is the root of the problem with the upper level. When they built the place, they had the plans drawn up so the second floor was going to be a very nice finished meeting room area. And for years, that's what the assessment department had. Here's the plans. It's a nice finished area. It was never done. They didn't look at the as-bills. They looked at the original plans, and that's why what I was getting at is and I take assessors out to visit the site, and they go, "Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Okay." This one, all we have to do with an assessor is get them out and look at the site, and because whatever they have in their files is not accurate, and they're kind of got their blinders on a bit too often. So other than that, the same issues, a slightly, you're going to ask me why this is 8.45%. And I think this reflects a superior property in a location that's a little bit better. And I don't know, I didn't do this report here, so I wish I could read people's minds, but no idea. Oh yeah, okay, I see what he did. Those are 2021 numbers. Tell you my people are lazy sometimes, but the shortfall again is based on the calculation of the actual tax load, and then an allocation for utilities and repair and maintenance. So it is higher. Once again, with these, why is $8 in there though? It shouldn't be. It should be 1203. I'm not going to change it because, and here's the other thing, is the cap rate. I agree with the cap rate at 774, and our workup on it is on page 2 is actually showing 833, but some of these would be duplicated issues, like the caveats on the back portion, and the land issue. If you don't consider it excess land, then it's not an impact on the cap rate. It shouldn't even be there. So the number at 775, it's the most superior one we've seen, because it was a purpose-built building, and it was a good location for them, and it was also coincided with 2010, with that was the year, actually it was 2008, that Centerport funding got approved. So by 2010, the expropriation started, and by 2020, which was later because it just took forever, the approval was made to expand the residential limits of the city to Canada Way from Saskatchewan Avenue. So it was a growing area, and then we also had the growth on west of the perimeter with a development on the Oaks, and then the multifamilies that went up. So it was before its time, but now it's matured. So I think that it's a growing neighborhood, and it's a good look.
Oh, we just lost Mr. Neufeld. Oh, is he there? No.
Just gonna put us in recess.
Okay, we are live now again. We just took a brief break while we dealt with the technical issue. So Mr. Neufeld, you can continue, please.
I don't know where I left off. I was looking at, I spoke to the rents that I thought it should be a touch higher on the upper floor and lower on the second floor, so no point making a change. I mentioned that the vacancy rate was from a 21, so it is higher, but I'm not going to change it. I said the shortfall, I don't know what happened there. It shouldn't be at 8, but I'm not changing it. And then I'm agreeing with the cap rate of 774 rather than the workup below at 833, because some of this was already been dealt with as in regards to the caveats and the land restrictions. So we don't need it twice. I was saying it's of the ones you've heard today, I think it's the best location for them because of the growth in the area, both in Centerport and in Headingley. And it's matured into that over time because of the growth there. And other than that, I was going to mention I had the rebuttal to go over.
What,
Right.
sorry, what's your final value?
I'm not, oh. You have to add the land value in, and we hadn't worked on a number. We were just looking. This one I think was just recently settled at $50,000. And when was that settled? May 24. Okay. We have to add something for land value in. So we did have 50,000 before, so we would make it 1208 with the land value.
So, Mr. Neufeld, I'm sorry, we're a little bit out of order here.
Yeah.
You're adding another $50,000.
Yes, because there was no land value in this, and I mean, on principle, we don't think it should be in there, but if it's just a nominal amount, we're willing to recognize that it could be good for something, maybe company picnics or something. So, 1,208,000.
Ms. Knight, we'll wait for questions.
No, I
Please.
just wanted to confirm that number. That's all. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, do you have questions?
Yes, please. On page number 3, you showed agreements for 2023 assessment year. We don't compare assessment, correct? In today hearing.
I said when I was explaining this, I'm not looking at the number, the value.
So we have to remove this from the.
No, I said I'm looking at the process. We do look at the process, and the process was the city erred because they did not consider the easements and the lack of marketability and the lack of developability, which would indicate that the approach should be changed. They agreed to it in 23. They agreed to it in 20. So that's what I'm saying.
On page number 5, we provide, you provide 3166 footage, how relevant to the subject property, this photo.
It's across the street. It's retail. It is very much pertinent, but gives you a picture of the market. Now, when you see across the street getting 13 to 17.43 a square foot, I think that dreaming about $20-30 a foot is crazy. I think you got to put this in perspective. You don't increase value because you put a credit union up. The market still can't sustain it. It's market
You would
value.
agree that lease for office space much lower than for bank?
No, this is market value, not bank value.
On page number 6 and 7, you showed storage area. So in our digital time, bank still required storage document, correct? So
No,
storage is useful place.
This is let me just see. These pictures were taken in 2016. Right now the paper's been cleared out. It's just they're storing other stuff up there, but nothing's changed.
No other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Ms. Knight, do you have questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
I don't either. They've been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. So, Mr. Neufeld, you indicated you do have rebuttal evidence.
Yes, there were two pieces,
Okay, give us a minute.
number 1 and number 2.
Okay, those two lists. There's two, okay. There's two files and numbers at the bottom. Does everybody have it?
I just have the cap rates from last time. I don't have anything new.
At the
I'm
very
the same,
bottom.
just the
Might
cap.
want to refresh your screen, refresh
I
your
did.
folder.
It should be at the very bottom, that you should have four documents for item 7.
I do now, yeah.
I have 4 documents. Yes, okay.
Okay, so it's the bottom two. Okay, Mr. Newfeld, which one should we be looking at first?
The one with 1 at the end?
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is Tim Hortons. This is from this morning. You see that picture was taken June of 2024, 1877 Portage. Below is, again, not talking about comparing assessments. I'm talking about process. This particular board understood, oh yeah, I gotta rephrase that. This particular board chose to select a value, a nominal value, based on the restrictions in place and the lack of development marketability. So that, and this has been fairly consistent through the process. It just takes a while to get there. The other document ending in 2 is the access easement agreement, and this is between Loblaws and Crosstown. So there's some description of what's been blocked off, but the last page has a sketch, and it's actually 2 drawings on the last page. The one on the left side is a larger shot, and the one on the right is the blow up of the egress easement. That's the one that's on the west side of the land. You have to look hard to find the little lines on the sketch on the left, where Superstore has their parking that I was pointing out. So that represents 0.26 of an acre. So 0.26 is 11,300 square feet. The other, that's where technically Superstore has full control over it. And then the other one is the easement agreement, which is in here as well. Clause is sorry, I was just looking for it here. Access agreement. The easement is the entranceway off Greenway, and it doesn't describe it here, but it's excellence from Portage Avenue, access land, access. Okay, well, it's I see what it is. It's the entire width of the land, the both approaches. It's shown in the sketch where the lines are. Okay, so that's the restrictions on it, and on that last picture, by the way, the land at the north side is not their land. That was developed for an apartment block. With the other point we always brought up was that so you have 36 meters of frontage, of width. I believe it's 8 meters is part of the blocked off. So that gets you 30 meters of depth, and which is 98 feet. And then you're going to have your setbacks off Greenway of setbacks will be, I'm just looking, I had put the bulk zoning in here. Setback is, front yard setback is, I don't even know, 25 feet? Yes, 25 feet because it's C3. So you end up with 72 feet of developable area, which includes your parking. Because you can't, that's going to be a no build zone. So a car takes 20 feet to park and another 15 or so to get in. So you're left with a building that maybe you could build 50 feet wide. So it's along the long edge, and you can't do it across ways like you'd want. So you're not even facing Portage Avenue, you're facing Greenway. So that was one of the contentious points they dealt with. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shako.
Yes, open please page 3 of agent assessment. On page 3, article 3, blah covenants, and we look 3.2, contribute to assess road cost, shall pay to Crosstown an amount equal to 1/2 of reasonable pocket expenses. So paying for access road, correct?
Yeah, to build it. That's done. It's gone.
It's part of,
Gone.
it's- So it's no any restriction to access, additional land of subject property for any construction in this case, correct?
They can't use it. They don't have the use of it. They don't have care and control of it.
Paying for,
They lost
Crosstown for
11,000
this access.
square feet of land. They can't use it. They can't sell it. They can't market it. They can't develop it. You know, that just completely voids the argument that there's excess land, because the rights that you value aren't the dirt. You value the legal rights that are associated and registered on the land. These aren't artificial.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Anderson, do you have questions on the rebuttal?
Just the limitations around that access road, like the owner of the building still can enjoy and use the road. Like when I read 3.5, there can be no obstructions, right?
Right.
Like
You can-
laws can't obstruct them from using it.
Correct. And what it is, it's a cross agreement. So if someone comes in from Superstore, they can go through there to reach access. They just can't use the parking space. So there's the two throughways that they're required to be kept clear
Okay.
by both parties.
Okay, so they can access their vacant land, and they could access it if they put another property on it. They could access that.
Yeah, and then again, like I said, it's just the physical limitations of what you could actually build on that land.
The
And-
desirability of it, right?
Yeah, when you look at it, and I'm just looking at the measurements on it. If you're dealing with the widest you can build is maybe 50 feet. Now you could go 50 feet and run it parallel to Portage and have 2 lanes of parking up front, but then you're also not going to get a very big building. And again, you push it back further from Portage. You're the type of people. It's just not big enough to attract. Say a restaurant pad site, and so it'd only be a smaller pad site, and not so much the impulse buyer. If you're a Tim's or a Tim's pretending to be a bank, you want to be at the corner, and not at the back. There are a couple of smaller pad sites that look at small spaces like that. I think Dairy Queen has looked at them, but they're not putting in new sites anywhere. There's no, like I said, the demand for it isn't happening. It's a gas bar, not a gas bar because it's too far from the road. C3, you could actually put a gas bar on it. The people I work for at Credit Union, like I said, they tried to market it with first with Cushman and then I think with Capital and Attract. There were so many other pieces of land that were more desirable.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. You've answered my questions. I have no further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Knight?
My question was asked and answered.
Thank you, and I have no questions on the rebuttal, so that concludes, oh, no. Ms. Sheila, would you like summation?
Correct. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence that determines the best conclusion of the market value. My opinion of market is supported by income approach and cost approach. Just vacant land cost of 2.2 million. Based on my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 reference date, the subject property for 2025 assessed value is 2,823,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld?
I kind of repeat what I'm saying, but the value of any real estate is not the dirt, the bricks, the mortar. It's the rights that are associated with it. And in the case of the land that's the assessor believes is excess, the rights are lacking. And despite decades of attempts to develop it, nothing has ever transpired. The market has spoken. We don't like your lot. And we're not adverse to putting a nominal value on it, but certainly not as any piece of land that would be of any interest to further develop, and that's the bottom line. And we've also had a very frustrating history of pushing this thing through, and essentially, when it finally comes down to the wire, the assessor always agrees with us. Not today. That's fine. We're persistent and we take the long view. We'll get it fixed. The other issue on this property is the second floor space. It's just shell space. 4 errors in our calculation. I gotta say I'm a bit of I can generally see these things quite easy on the calculations, and I think it's mistakes. One bounces off the other. One rent should be higher, one rent should be lower. But it's essentially that is a fair value. And the takeaway from today is that we have seen for the first time in quite some time a decline in values in commercial real estate. Some performed better. There was an upswing on multifamily until interest rates kicked in. That's over. There was a uptick on industrial, but only for distribution industrial when people were getting home deliveries. Some of that has stuck around, and so it's improved the market. But after the peak, it has slid back down. Retail, office, manufacturing, they all showed declines which have not recovered. And I think the message is we can't just assume that Winnipeg has always been this market where there's always an assumption we're either going to go flat or grow slightly. We never see the big upswings. If we had this conversation in Alberta, everyone go, yep, it was up this year. Oh, it's down next year. Yeah, it's the price of oil. They're used to it. And they're used to it in a lot of different places, but we're not used to it. And that's when my message is something we haven't heard for a long time. We're going through issues, readjustments. The banks, all these banks today, downsizing. Why? Because they have to survive. They're declining client base, declining services provided, amalgamations, reducing overhead for being competitive, and we're seeing a decline in financial operations, and it's a changing market too. People aren't walking in with cash and writing checks. Everything's gone electronic. So that's what you're listening to today. I'm assuming this is our last shot of the day, so I want to get it all in. It is a downward market, and the markets happen like that. They go up, they go down. 2023 was earmarked by the highest increase in interest rates we have seen in our history. Not the total amount. Those of us who were around in the early 80s know how high that could be, but the big jump from 0.5% to 4.75%. The investment market is having a hard time reacting, but that's why we reassess every 2 years. You know what? 2 years from now won't be the same issue. It'll be different. But today, April 1st, 2023, interest rates stink, cap rates stink. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Too long, but fun.
We still have our outstanding item number 3, which was 1450 McPhillips Street. So we will adjourn that item to a future hearing date. Okay, we've now heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you, Ms. Schabel, and thank you, Mr. Neufeld. It's been a long day, and we appreciate your thoughtful and thorough presentations.